And we're live. Let's do a sound check. Wait for it to refresh, do a sound check. Okay, that sounds good to me. Hey, True Light, what's going on? They're coming on in. I guess this would be a what's up, folks? Rashawn, what's going on? It's not a who did it, but no, it's a combination of people. Because I put up a couple of videos. This Manosphere stuff has been going around for a while. And this thing about Manosphere 3.0, I was just thinking about it. So I started to do a video. I said, let me do a live because maybe get some little feedback here and there. But this is you smell a rant. Nah, normally the rants I pre-record. But this Manosphere 3.0. Normally you name something gets named, say like a 1.0, 3.0, whatever, 2.0, 3.0 is named by historians. In other words, after the fact, not during, or not even before. You can't name something and then create it because it has to be a following behind it. But that being said, as far as Manosphere 3.0, if they're just going to recycle the same stuff we already been through, man, they can have it, whatever it is. Whatever they decide to name it, or whatever they decide for it to be, they can have it. Did I get the email? I don't know. I don't know which one. I don't know. I probably did. I don't know if I answered it or not, but I probably did get your email. I just can't remember it. I get so many. I have to go back and look at it. When I decide to open up the panel, as I normally do, I will open it up. When I open up my panel, I post the link in the comment section, and anybody can join. So you must. But the thing is, you asking me, that means you're not normally here on my here with me on my panels. Because it works, because I've been doing this for 5 years and it works the same way. Yeah. We keep, what I'm saying now is this Manosphere 3.0 is circulating the same arguments that 1.0 and 2.0. 2.0 was just to kill all this stuff. Whether it's educated lame, because I see the educated lame shit all popping up again about educated lames versus the pro-blacks or educated lames. Are they good for the black community? Charles Sergeant Willie Pete started it. I did damn near 4 years ago, something, or 2 or 3 years ago, about the same thing. This select versus non-select. Rom just did like 3 videos on select versus non-select, and he actually told you what select men are. Okay, what select men are. And select man does not mean that he gets more sex than the non-select dude. That's not what he's saying. He actually went on and described. I mean, the reason he didn't give the perfect description of select versus non-select in the first time is because he didn't want to hurt no feelings. But now he's getting tired of it. And he gives you point blank period. If you're not a goddamn master of the universe, then you're not select. Point blank period. If you're not a masters of the universe, you're not select. Okay, the select men are the top 5% of all men that make that are that reach a certain criteria. Okay, that have the looks, have the money, have the education, all this. If those are select men, it ain't that many of them. So all you guys wondering whether you select or non-select, Ron was trying to be nice. Ron was trying to be nice, and Ron's tired of being nice. I could have told you that. But it has nothing to do with you getting sex, because guess what? There's select women too. And mostly, and those people, the select women and the not and the select men all get together on their platform in their spaces, and they go through what they go through. And everybody else gets in where they fit in. So if you think you a street dude that works at Walmart or wherever for $25,000, and because you think you hit the gym that makes you select, no, you're not select. Okay. We back at losers. We'll get to that, Lindy. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But I want to get to this Manosphere 3.0. You know, um, I am I'm an amoral pragmatist for a reason. I don't look at feelings. I don't look at pride, pride in the community. Okay. That is away from my analysis. Okay. That's separate from it. So I don't gauge manhood or masculinity by whether you decide to stay inside a community or not. There is no electric fence around men. Okay. There's no electric fence in a society. All the barriers that we put up as far as race and culture and all that kind of stuff, those are artificial barriers, especially in a society. And now select and non-select is not subjective. They're not subjective. It's very concrete. Everybody knows who the select guys are. You see them on TV all the time. You see them in the news all the time. Those are the guys with the custom $5,000 suits and $1,500 pair of shoes, and have the 4 cars in the big ass garage. Okay, those are the select guys. Point blank. Period. Those are the masters of the universe. Those are the people that command the room when they walk in. Okay, those are select guys. I don't care what race you are. You can any country, any race, any culture. Those are the select guys. Those are the ideal men that women aspire to. Those are the guys at the top of the hypergamy hill. Those are what I actually put up a diagram. Resources in attraction. Okay. The perfect guy that meets those two criteria, attraction and resources, those are the select guys. Ain't that many of them. Ain't that many of them. It has nothing to do with how many women they bag. They could The select guy can have one wife for his whole entire life, or he can have 1,000. Doesn't matter. A select guy is a select guy. Everybody knows who they are. And not Tony, but Ron was being nice. Ron wasn't his last video. Ron wasn't being so nice. Pookie and Ray Ray are not the select guys. Is what it is. They're not the select guys. Now, can they be the dominant male in their particular class? Yes, they can. You sure can. Can they be the dominant male in their class? Yes, you can. But the thing is, at the top of the food chain, we're talking about people at the top of the food chain. Those are the select guys. So them going back and forth. Just because your jawline doesn't mean you select. You have a bunch of pookies that couch surf or what I call homosexuals. A lot of jawline Negroes are homosexuals. I don't know. Normally, select you know what select dudes ain't on here talking trash. Select dudes ain't on. You know what? I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this. In fact, I'm not even gonna say it nicely. I'm not even gonna say it nice. Okay, let's get it straight. Okay, let's get it straight. So I'm gonna crush some blue pills and crush some egos today. Motherfucking select dudes ain't checking for y'all. Motherfucking select dudes don't even know that you exist. Select dudes don't even know that you exist. You're not even on their radar. You think somebody that plays for the Lakers or plays for the Raiders or a guy that own that's that or somebody like Robert Smith knows that you exist? They don't know that you exist. That's the thing. You're not interacting with. They don't even know who you are. So jawline niggas that are select, they're not going. They have no reason to down you. Okay. More like I would give you this: a jawline nigga that's select, he's more likely to help you because he feels sorry for you than he is to down you because you're not in his class, you're not on his level. It's like a jawline nigga that select will to a regular dude like me would be like me and a panhandler. Okay, he ain't talking trash to a goddamn bum, a goddamn panhandler, because guess what? That dude's not on his level. No matter what the panhandler says, he could cuss. Panhandler could cuss me out, call me shit, said I ain't worth shit. Yeah, dude, but I have a house and you live sleeping on a bench. There's nothing he could say to me. To a select dude pull up in his Maserati with the top down, with his quote unquote 9 or 10 in the seat, and gets out, and gets out, coming from his mansion. And he rolls out, man, and gets out. And you say something, and then if you talk trash to him, he's not even gonna say anything to you. He's gonna look at you and keep walking. They don't know you exist. They're not mocking you. They don't know you exist. That's what I'm trying to say. They don't, Dexter. They don't know that you exist. I'm trying to tell you. They don't know that you exist. They're not mocking you. They don't know you exist. Them frat dudes, the higher level frat dudes, they don't have time to tease you. They don't know you exist. In fact, Tony's saying select dudes try not to talk down on you. They try to humble themselves. Okay, they're the least likely to talk down on you. The only dudes that talk down on you are the dudes that you're in competition with. Well, the non-select dudes would hate on the select dudes. But the thing is, most of the select dudes aren't even aware that you're talking shit about them. Most of them, I would say 99% of them. No, they don't. No, they don't. The upper echelon, the upper echelon dudes are not going to talk. They might talk shit if you embarrass them. Other than that, no, they don't talk a lot of shit, man. They don't know that you exist. Pharaoh, I'm gonna ask you a question, Pharaoh. I'm gonna ask you a question, Pharaoh. You in Atlanta, them boule dudes. Why would boule dudes talk a lot of shit? The ones that I'm talking about the dudes with money. How many slick dudes on YouTube, Pharaoh? Rom is amongst the select dudes. Rom don't waste time talking shit. Most if a select dude comes on here telling you what the game is. He's trying to help you. He's not trying to talk shit to you. How many really hardcore select dudes are actually on YouTube? That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm not a select dude. I never been. I've never wanted to be a select dude. As hard as that is to believe, because there's a certain amount of things you have to give up to be one of them dudes. ARC would be, except for one thing. He ain't got the money. He ain't got that stature. I don't know if Rom is beefing with MOT. Only time Rom will even beef with anybody when he gets tired of people bothering him. If you ever seen black dudes at a yacht club that have a lot of money, okay, black dudes at a yacht club have a lot of money where you can't go, an event that you normally can't get into. Now, a select dude might come over to you and notice what you're wearing and said, okay, who invited you? But other than that, if you cool, if you're cool, then he'll leave you alone. But most of the time, if he cool with you, first thing he'll try to do is pull you up. Most select black dudes that I know, if they cool with you, the first thing they try to do is pull you up to their level. They're gonna try to help you. They're not gonna try to talk down to you. They have no reason to. Cass, I'm not even gonna repeat it. I just said it. I'm not gonna repeat it. If you're late to class, you're late to class. You got to listen back to it. Kevin does have a select persona, and Kevin is trying to help you. Kevin's trying to help you. Kevin's not trying to hurt you. He's trying to help you. Kevin. The only reason Kevin is saying anything is putting foot to ass is because Kevin's trying to get you out of your comfort zone so he can pull you up. Um, evidently you got these. Rom's been talking about it because evidently Rom only talks about it because after he gets so many people coming to his comment section talking the same stuff, then Rom will adjust it, and he'll get tired of it. Because normally Rom is not into the Pookie Ray Ray stuff. And basically I've said it, okay? Because I try to squash this stuff, okay? That's like, what do you think the octanes are for? The octanes are for is about class. Pookie and Ray Ray have their own class of women, okay? Uh, Kendra has come out. She's actually said this. A woman will reach to try to get the highest guy in her class. The tippy top. So if he's a Ray Ray, he's a drug dealer. That's who 85 or 87, maybe an 87, but 85 or 87 are basically the Ray Rays. The Ray Rays have their own class of women. Okay, they just do. The Pookies and Ray Rays have their own class of women. And the only time you have a problem is when you have guys that are supposed to be in the middle ground. Okay, the middle ground. There's a middle ground, and this is usually where the clash comes in. You have middle ground guys that are not that are educated, that are maybe 89, maybe 92, that are not the masters of the universe. So basically, they are in their particular class. They are the lower tier guys in their class. And what they're trying to do is drop down to somebody to another class of women, another class of guys, and compete. And that's where the friction comes in, because you're coming down trying to compete in a class that you're not supposed to be in. Instead of competing with the masters of the universe, is where you're supposed to be. You're dropping down, whatever reason. Maybe you can't do it. Maybe you don't have the personality, and maybe you don't have whatever it is. You can't compete with those guys up there. So you're trying to drop down and get a better looking woman in another class, and that's where the friction comes in. Yeah, they're stuck. But Manosphere 3.0. Now, Manosphere 3.0 was supposed to not deal with this kind of stuff, according to their agenda. Okay, according to their agenda, and what they want supposed to not stop talking about women, stop talking about masculinity or competition between men, and they're supposed to talk about the uplifting of men, connecting with men, networking with men, and all that kind of stuff. And guess what? They're getting embroiled in the same old shit. The same stuff that they got, because Management 3.0 jumped all over me is because I talk about women on my channel like I'm not supposed to. I'm talking about women like I'm not supposed, like I'm not supposed. They jumped all for a whole year and a half. BGS, why are you still talking about women? Why are you still talking about blip, 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 blip? Why are you still doing this? You leave them alone, and we need to elevate ourselves. And I look on the last couple of weeks, last month and a half, they've been talking about this, doing videos on the same shit that they got jumped on me for talking about. Same shit, regurgitating the same shit over and over again, which I am sick of. The second thing I want to jump on, okay, I want to get this straight. I have been, before I was pro-black, I was in the conscious community. Okay, the ASCAC, the reading the books, the book studies, all that kind of stuff, well before the internet was a thing, well before you could really even get on the internet. Okay. It was in you met up and did in book studies and conscious community meetings. You hashed this stuff out in groups of like 10, 15. Sometimes there weren't like 5 or 6 people in there. Okay, in groups. So I go way back when you really had to take your time out, go to somebody's house or some organization or some church or somewhere where they're actually having these meetings and sit down and have these chats. Okay. So basically, I've been doing this for a very long time, well before the internet. So everybody coming on the internet like this conscious community or this pro-black, this community shit is new. It's not. And this current stuff about manning up and ignoring what the women do and all that kind of stuff, man, I haven't heard that shit for 30. The reason that I didn't lead it. I'm still in the community. Don't get it wrong. I'm still in the community. Okay. The reason that I come on YouTube because I wanted the freedom to get away from that shit. I wanted the freedom to get away from that crap. So, them trying to pull me back in the crap, I'm not going back and doing that crap again. Okay. Because that shit doesn't work. Okay. I want to elevate and actually talk about the underlying structure, why this stuff is happening. That's what I want to do. But you can't do that if people constantly trying to drag you backwards. Well, the Hotep community is actually very new. Well, I don't watch Taz. It's not Taz that I'm talking about. I don't even watch Taz. I know plenty. I've been dealing with niggas like Taz for 30 years, man. Uh, you know, people niggas like Taz and Tyrone Muhammad. Jesus, and say, well, man, we got to show that we mean something, and we're gonna throw bricks to a nail shop. Okay, this is, this is a rant I didn't put out. Okay, I didn't put it out. It's actually stored. I made it, but I didn't put it out. Okay, Tyrone Muhammad. Let's talk about that, about what it means. Okay, because everybody thinks that this shit is new. It's not. Okay. If you're from LA and you're old enough, you remember a circumstance and much more severe than the goddamn nail shop. All right, it was not too far from me in a Korean liquor store, 92nd, 92nd, and 92nd in Figueroa, as a matter of fact, 92nd and Fig. There was you know how they a little we call it a liquor store, but I mean it's like a little liquor store slash grocery store, right? And this 13-year-old girl was on her way to school, and she stopped in to buy some orange juice. Latasha Harlins, Dooku Kim, okay, a Korean female grocery store. You know, that's how I know Korean females are actually kind of mean. And black folks do steal. Okay, it's not everybody steals. Okay, all kids do that stuff. Okay, she wasn't stealing. So the little girl gets her an orange juice. She puts it in her backpack, and then she walks up to the counter and gets ready to pay for it. If I remember the story correctly, because this is like 1991, she gets ready to pay for it because she's getting the money out of her pocket. The Korean lady takes the umbrage to it that's in her backpack and starts to yank on her sweater, even though the little girl's trying to pay for it. Now, the little girl, you know how little black girls are, they don't take shit, especially from Koreans. They don't take shit for Koreans. So what the little girl does, is fights back. So they get into a scuffle, and the little girl, the Dooku Kim, the Korean lady, snatching her by her sweater. So the little girl socks her for her to let her go. And then the little girl shows her the orange juice and throws it at her. Korean lady gets mad, shoots her in the head, kills her on the spot. And you know, since they have, you know, this is when they first started using surveillance film. It's on tape. So 6 months later, the Korean lady goes for trial, and they moved the trial from Los Angeles. You know, like 92nd Figure Road is like maybe 4 miles from downtown, where Superior Court is. They move it all the way to Santa Monica. They give it to a different judge. Okay, white lady judge gives this Korean lady 5 years probation for shooting this little girl in the head. Now, this is not an open carry state. California has very strict gun laws and how you're supposed to use it. Okay, you're not supposed to shoot a little girl in the head over a bottle of orange juice in California. Okay, very strict gun laws. So she gets 5 years probation on for this. Okay. Right after that, you get Rodney King and him getting beat down. Okay. And those cops get off. Okay. Talk about black men standing up. You know what happened right after Rodney King? The verdict came after Rodney King, because the Dooku Kim verdict came down right before the Rodney King trial and verdict. Right before. So people are already pissed off about what happened with the Korean grocer and her getting off. And then the cops get off right after that. Guess what happens? You don't have to tell you. It's called the 92 Rodney King riot. The 92 Rodney King riot. Black people burnt down 1/4 of Los Angeles in the 92 Rodney King riot. You can always find a Tyrone Muhammad. So what Tyrone Muhammad did wasn't shit compared to what the fuck we did in LA. So telling me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and you need more people like Tyrone Muhammad, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. We burnt down 1/4 of Los Angeles to prove a goddamn point. So what Tyrone Muhammad did was bullshit. If Tyrone Muhammad was about it, guess what would happen? If this was LA and we really felt something about them Korean grocers or those nail shops, guess what would fucking happen in Los Angeles? It wouldn't be no goddamn rocks thrown through it. It wouldn't be filmed. Number one, it wouldn't be filmed, and number two, those things, those all those Asian nail shops wouldn't exist in Los Angeles if we were that pissed off. If we had a point, when black folks in Los Angeles want a point to prove, it ain't no rocks to a goddamn window. Okay. Now, fast forward 20 years. Guess what's happening in Los Angeles, in city of Los Angeles? We went from like 15% of the population in the city of Los Angeles down to like 5, because most of us just moved out, and the whole city's being gentrified, all because we wanted to prove a point. And at the end of the day, 20 years later, it didn't do us not one whit of good, not one, not one. Because right after that, George Bush Sr. came to Los Angeles to view the wreckage. It cost him in the polls. And if you look up when Hope 6 was passed, 3 months after the Rodney King riots, was in April. 3 months later, Hope 6 was passed, and that was the beginning of gentrification. He passed it in 92. 93 was actually started gentrification in New York, LA, and Atlanta. LA is not getting expensive. LA is the second most expensive city in the country. Not getting, it's already there. It depends on what name you're under, Angry Man. You got so many channels, man. Your rent is actually under your original name. So what I'm saying is, I feel, I have no disagreement with what he did. Okay. But I know when shit is futile because I've seen it before. So basically, after you see this shit happen so many times, you've seen it happen. I'm saying is versus uh versus what? A rock through a window versus burning down a quarter of a city. Look at St. Louis after Mike Brown. I'm not saying that you don't need soldiers. You need soldiers. But the thing is, we got soldiers. We got tons of soldiers. Soldiers, you can enlist soldiers left and right. Got thousands of soldiers. What you need is people that actually come in, that actually can think and become leaders and shepherds. Okay, Tyrone Muhammad is a soldier. He's not a leader. And you have to know what battles you can. You have to pick your battles. The ones you can win, and the ones you can't. Trying to get women to come out of a nail shop. It's not one. If women want to get the fuck slapped out of them in a goddamn nail shop, let them be. You don't have this stuff is not new. This stuff has been going on for 30 years. Like I said, that's why I talked about Latasha Harlins. That Korean lady put a bullet in her head. Now that story doesn't exist anymore because it got burnt to the ground. But the thing is that the Koreans are still here. And how long does it take to know that how you need to actually be or actually deal with Asians in your city? It ain't like they just showed up yesterday. And you've dealt with this, and you've been dealing with this. So when I disagree with somebody and the person knows who I'm disagreeing with, I'm not saying shit that I don't know. I don't come on here and say stuff that I don't know already. How many riots do you need? How many times you need to burn down shit? I'm not burning down half a city because chicks can't stay out of a Korean nail shop or a Vietnamese nail shop. I'm not burning down a city for that. Because easily throwing the rocks through that goddamn window could have easily say you did throw the rocks through the window and say instead of having two black female cops, you got two white cops, and saying they have a bad day, and saying seeing your big 6'4" ass, they get scared, they get nervous, and you start woofing and talking shit, and they put a stick upside your head, and they put a bullet in your head. Next thing you know, you got a full scale riot in Chicago over what? Because black chicks couldn't stay out of a fucking nail shop. Does that make sense to you? You know, I swear to God, I thought we were smarter than this. I swear to, you know, I'm gonna get Alpha because this wasn't supposed to be a rant. I don't normally do my rants on here, but I swear to God, I thought we were fucking smarter than this. I swear to God, I thought we were. I keep seeing, I keep, the more you educate these Negroes, they keep sticking to the same old shit. The same old shit. I got, I put up, I have I have been preaching the end of white supremacy for the last 10 years, 5 here on YouTube. You can go back and see that I've been consistent. What I said, what was going to happen, how it's going to happen, and in the factors, and all those basically all those factors are actually playing out. Okay, and basically, what I say about what I do and what I put stuff I put out, I don't. You know what? I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you front, and this is no affront to my subs because I love you guys. All right, I'm gonna tell you, I don't need you for goddamn validation. I don't get validated by what you guys. You guys can praise me or boo me or agree or disagree. Okay, I don't need you for validation. I'm gonna get validated by the goddamn newspaper, by the headlines. I actually format my information so my validation will come from headlines. I had just three times this week I have been validated. Okay, by what I said. Macron was one. The banks being in trouble is a second. And yeah, now somebody posted that Tariq Nasheed was talking about uh, um, the LGBTQ and transhumanism. Okay, 3 times this week I have more than 3 emails. About 10 people sent me emails about the shit I've been saying has been and sent me articles that have said you were right. Okay, and I keep hearing the same goddamn thing. I am one of the most scrutinized people on YouTube. Everything I say gets run through a filter. Somebody's going to run what I say through a filter, down to the very finest point. Even to the point where I'm trying to remember the brother's name. He usually comments on. He never comes on, but he always comments on my live. I had mentioned something about the African, just a little blurb about the Africans in 2000. I think it was 2006, 2005, 2006, walking out of the Doha round. There was a Lisbon Treaty, Doha round, and 52 African countries actually walked out. Now, I may be getting because it's been so long, I may be getting the verbiage a little bit wrong. He said he couldn't find it. And I just mentioned there was just one mention. I didn't go into a whole big thing about it. It's just one little fraction that I actually mentioned, and that's been consistent since I've been on YouTube. Everything I say gets challenged. Everything I say gets challenged, and there's people that are on here that I have subs that are in LA that have known me for fucking 30 years, known me for 30 years. And if I was something that I was not, they'd be the first one to tell you. They've known me for 30 years. They know me personally. And if I was something different than what I'm saying, they would be the first one to actually tell you that I was something that I was not. I have never said I was something I was not. I only put I share my life with you as an example because I know my information is rock solid. I know my information is rock solid. The repo thing that's going on with the fucking banks right now. I told you way back when uh, uh, when um, when the Fed stopped raising rates and started lowering. I told you the banks were in trouble right then. I told you the banks were on life support and they were raising rates just to bring them off of life support. And when it didn't happen, that means the banks are still in trouble. Okay, people disagreed then. I told you about Deutsche Bank. The Deutsche Bank was not the only one. Told you about the three banks that actually had to be went under, had to be saved in China. And it told you about the run on the bank in Ghana. Now you see the repo rate. What the repo rate means is that's your white paper loans and your overnight loans. That means there's so much bad paper on the goddamn banks that nobody trusts each other. You're seeing the same thing that happened in 2007. Actually, it was happening in 2006, 2007. And they didn't get around to fixing it in 2008 when shit got bad. Hopefully, the Fed is smarter this time. Hopefully, the Fed is smarter this time. You know what? Sometimes, and Lindy has been telling me this for a long time. Sometimes you just need to stop because it gets irritating. You can't prove yourself enough. You can't be accurate enough. You can't be right enough. Black folks are so fucking hard-headed that you cannot be right enough. They have to challenge every goddamn thing you say. I don't care how small it is. Every goddamn thing. I told you the chicks would start acting right after the environment changed. Everybody poo-pooed it. BGS, you full of shit. They're never going to get right. They're never going to act right. They're never going to come around. They're never going to change. Them dudes don't even say nothing about it anymore because guess what? You see where black women would never come on a panel, never be in your comment section except to actually poo-poo you. Now they're trying to cooperate. Why? Because the environment's changing. So they look for the next thing for you to be wrong about. And you get sick of it. I'm sick of it. So this might be a rant. I'm sick of it. Man, I don't give a shit about Manosphere 3.0. If it works for you, fine. And people and there's certain people that in Manosphere 3.0 that think that I can't travel between 1.0 or 2.3. It's all the same. So you think that the Black Brain Trust is so special, okay? That what I do over here on my channel is so much lesser than them. I go over their channel, okay? I go to their channel and I got welcome, and now people get, certain people get mad because the Black Brains, those are my people. That's what you don't realize. They're not separate from me. Those are my people. Those are still today. Those people are my subs. All of them. They're still my subs. They were subs 5 years ago. Some of those people were like my day ones, like Mike V. Mike V was one of my day ones. Linnell, who started Black Branches, he's one of my day ones. And you're acting like they're superior to me. I hope that they are, because they have to take my place one day. When I actually, cut this stuff off, they're the ones that have to carry on. Okay. That's what I train them to do. They're supposed to take what I have, take the knowledge I have, and actually extend it and surpass it. That's what they're there for. You basically, Elias, if you came over to starting shit, I can't tell them to unmute you. If you came over to fucking with them, you need to be muted. Elias, I always say, Elias, if you're going to disagree with me, prove me wrong, which you haven't. That's why you're still here. And a lot of stuff I can say that's ugly. I prevent the ugly stuff, because stuff you're getting ready to face, the stuff that you're getting ready to face, hopefully, somebody asked me this, stuff you're getting ready to face, hopefully this shit don't get ugly. Because your banks are already on life support. If it has to go through another trauma, they may not survive. So hopefully the Fed has the good sense has to come in and do the right thing. Hopefully Trump has the good sense to come in and has to stop this trade war. Hopefully Trump has the good sense not to start a fucking nuclear war so we can be here tomorrow. That's the ugly truth. That's the black pill truth. And everybody walks around la-di-da-di-da-di-da-di like it means so much, so fucking much whether black women get along with you. So what? If they don't get along with you, so what? I've always said it. The black woman doesn't get along with you, go find another one. Period. Because personally, I'm tired of this back and forth. If either you're going to get right or you're going to get left. 2019, get right or get left. Black woman don't get right, leave her. Go find you another woman. Point blank, period. You don't want to do the right thing. If you want to go in Korean nail shop, go with their business. Go find you a nice Korean. Go find you a nice Vietnamese and be with him. All right? Because you ain't listening to me. Well, Elias Money, you better hope World War III doesn't pop off. Did you dig your bunker? In fact, Elias, why don't you email me? Why don't you email me? You be the first one in the seat. Email me. Because you're always in the comment section. You always got an excuse. You got an excuse. No, I don't think the Iranians did it. If the Iranians did it, if the Iranians actually did it, there's one of two things. If they actually did it, either they're too scared to pop it off. Now, what I do believe is that they sold those cruise missiles to the Yemeni. That's what I do believe. And they didn't pop it off. They didn't actually fire it, but they did sell the weapons. The rebels did do it, but they sold the weapon. China. What about China? Sam, what are you talking about, man? Elias, email me, man. No. Elias, email me. Because I'm going to time you out. Email me. I told you, email me. Swift battle. You guys are. I might as well let it out. Black twins are already out. He's already out. Might as well go ahead and stay with him. Swift battle. You guys are slow on uptake. There's been an economic war since 1997. There's been an economic war since 1997. It didn't stop. You're just late You're just late. Well, yeah. If somebody kills a couple 100,000 of your people, you despise them too. It's called a war. Yemenis are in a war. It's not despised. They're in a war. Sam C, email me. The Yemenis are in a war. The Chinese are not trying to create chaos. They have no reason to. Well, then don't. Well, then play nice. Then you always can't play. I want to hear it. They're about to pull up. Oh, please, dude. It ain't planned. You guys are guessing. You guys are guessing. Well, stop guessing. They are now. Yeah, they are now. Basically, you started what Iran. You're gonna fight the whole, all the whole BRICS. You can fight the whole SCO. I actually showed it. That's how come that Indian cruiser, when the United States had the battleship up in, not the battle, but the aircraft carrier up in there. That's how come you had that Indian battleship come up into the Gulf. That's showing the flag. The SCO is not playing. You're not just fighting Iran. You're gonna fight all the SCO. Russia and China are topping, are basically topping all the regions. Well, Samson, if you're working, how come if you're working, what are you doing on with me? Now ain't nobody getting in the hot seat, man. They all bailed. I'll open it up in a minute. I ain't finished ranting. Cause I ain't even talking about white supremacy yet. Shut up, Elias. If war pops off, it's gonna be nuclear. That's how come it hasn't popped off yet. I don't care what you're doing. Shut up, Elias. SCO. SCO, Shanghai Cooperative Organization for the People Slow on the Uptake. The SCO has been around since 1995, which that means 24 years. SCO. Get it? Got it? Good. Nah, they don't have to shut up. I'm enjoying beating up on people. I don't. Evil Twin don't get to beat up on you guys enough. So come on in. Yes, I do. I do have to do him like that because this is the day for it. This is the day for it. What's up, Archie? Now Archie took his. Okay, Archie. People felt sorry for Archie. Archie took his. Somebody talks about World War III is gonna pop off, and you thinking that World War III is gonna pop off, and you're not afraid. Then you don't know what you're talking about. Like I said, I say SCO. You got timed out. He got timed out. Told him. All right, don't block him. Just he'll come back in a minute. Now, white supremacy. I'm talking about white supremacy. And we're gonna open it up for a minute. As you can tell, if you- if yeah, when I open it up, if you're thinking about the BGS is going to be nice, how do you define white supremacy, JC? Okay, the world. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. The U.S. does. U.S. has done. Well, you evidently you have not done your homework, sir. Herb Saint, you haven't done your homework. They've done like 150 battle simulations in the Gulf. Guess how many the United States actually won? Nada. Why do you think they backed off? Why do you think Bolton got banned and got kicked to the curb? Why do some folks think that Asian supremacy will be more benign than white supremacy? They don't, in other words, they don't know. It may not be, but guess what? They've done more for African Americans, not African Americans, but Africans in the last 10 than the Europeans did in the last 150. That's probably a good start. Yeah, niggas don't read. You guys are guessing. Nah, because Asians aren't white. Really. Well, when they first started to come to the continent, they weren't white then either. Still complaining about how to run. Blue Marvel, just the person I wanted to see. Just the person I wanted to see. Would you like to be in the seat? Would you like to be in the seat, sir? Because you're a troll. Would you like to be in the seat, sir? Before I ban you, because I will personally ban you. Would you like to be in the seat? Hmm? Would you like to be in a seat? No, you are a troll. Would you like to be in a seat? Not a troll. Would you like to be in a seat? I just blocked your other account. Would you like to be in the seat or not? Or no? It's the only question I want. Only answer I want to hear from you. Yes or no? Yes or no? Because if it's not a yes or no, the next I'll bid you a good day. Because every time I talk about white supremacy, he normally pops up. Now I don't know why. I don't even know why you follow me personally. All right, all right. Let's talk about white supremacy. Now, white supremacy, um, really is what it really is just white Western power. And if you actually read your literature, they've known this for quite some time because basically, Carol, I've told you years ago, Quigley said that back in 1965, and he gave them certain instructions if they actually wanted to maintain white Western power, which they did not follow. And Quigley told them almost to the day when the rise of Asia would be. And did exactly the opposite of what Quigley told them to do. Exactly the opposite. So they've been trying to prove Quigley wrong since 1989. with the New World Order. They thought they thought they had the hubris. They thought they could actually control the flow of history, and they couldn't. White supremacy is already done. If you the whites being there, them being supreme over the globe, them having the complete control of the globe. And Macron said the exact same thing. Everything that I said for the last 10 years, Macron summed it up in his own speech. You don't believe me, you can believe the president of France, who's in position to know all this. Everything I said, he said he summed it up in one speech almost to the T. Almost to the T. There's not one thing that he said that I could disagree. And that wasn't the whole speech. In fact, this, I got a Google translation. I'm waiting on a better translation, but I'm gonna read the whole speech because he summed it up. He's telling the white folks the game is up. Demographically, financially, militarily, technologically, the game's over. There is no more supremacy. You got to compete like everybody else. Why is the last hook? What happened to him? Okay, it's automatically held. Okay. Evil Twin is out. You guys gonna have to watch yourself because the mods are actually gonna shoot first and ask questions later. I think Elias, I think you just come on here, man, just talk. You must be lonely, man. Okay. Monopoly is a kid's game. This is not Monopoly. It doesn't matter. The yellow vest is gonna come from Macron no matter what. Why? Because, and I said this, if I could get all you guys in one class and go through all this stuff all at once and answer all the questions one time, that would be nice. Basically, France exists because, or France as we know it exists because it has the most expensive social systems on the planet. And those social systems cost. It costs a lot of money. The health care, the time off of work, what they do for the women, all that kind of stuff is advanced, right? Bar none is outside of, well, even if you include Sweden or Norway, they have for 60 million people or 70 million people, they have the best social system bar none on the planet. It comes at a cost, and that cost comes at the 14 African colonies that make up a quarter of their GDP. And the wealth and the resources they get at a discount. Okay. So everybody's fine as long as the French can actually live their lifestyle, eat what they want to eat, get the government jobs and government subsidies to take care of them. Okay, everybody's happy. They don't have to compete because they're sucking all that wealth. Now all the African countries are suffering because you're taking what is it? You're taking 600 billion dollars out of Africa, out of those 14 African colonies, and transporting them and putting them in your pocket. Of course. What happens when that comes to an end? What happens when that comes to an end? And they can't get their subsidies, and they can't eat like they used to. They can't get the health care. They can't get rent subsidy. They can't get the jobs. Guess what's going to happen? You'll get yellow vests in the streets. That should have told you something, that the game was up. They should have told you the game was up. And right after that, ECOWAS comes out, they're coming out with their own currency. You could have called that in your sleep if you know what you're doing. You could have called it in your sleep. I just told the brain trust, you can call this in your sleep. If you do your studying, you can call this in your sleep. Those resources are already cut off. That's why you see yellow vest. Macron is calling in Russia to help him squash some of this stuff that's going to get ready to happen in France. France is getting ready to explode because that money, the last of that money is getting ready to get pumped out of France. And when that happens, that social system ends right quick. And then the guillotines are going to actually come out for the elite. That's what's happening. They're scared shitless, which is another reason that you got Brexit. So as far as white supremacy or white Western power, it can't be. Number one, it's not crumbling. It's already crumbled. It's already gone. It's gone already. When Xi got onto the platform, I actually told you 2.5 years ago at the World Economic Forum in January, on the day that Trump was being inaugurated, Xi got on the platform and actually basically announced the pimp was announcing the game. He started announcing Belt and Road. Basically, the Western power, the game was already up, and they acknowledged that the game is up. They didn't tell you, but if basically you could call this in your sleep, and they did it 30 years early. This wasn't supposed to happen to 2040. 2017, it's already happened. And for the very reason that Macron laid out, because all the missteps that was made by Europe and America actually accelerated this. Macron told you everything that I said. Macron put out in that speech. Everything. I don't have to be validated. He validated me. I didn't have to say anything. Everything that I've said in the past, he actually said in that speech. Don't have to guess. But I'm gonna open it up. White supremacy demographically, the numbers are going down. They have to import. They're going to have to import. For them to actually survive the way they have been surviving, they're going to have to actually import at least what 750 million people coming from the Middle East and from Africa. Those immigrants are there for a goddamn reason, because they need them. They're not there because they're being nice to them. They need them. The Syrian war did a lot of things for the continent of Europe. Number one, now I'm not going to even talk about it, because I'm not going to get in trouble with the powers that be by even talking about this shit, because this stuff is not even important. If you guys not going to listen to it anyway, so ain't no sense in me getting in trouble with the powers that be, because you guys not going to hear it anyway. So I'm not even going to talk. I'm not even going to go into down that road. I'm going to leave that. I ain't getting in trouble this time. You can read it for yourself. Yeah, he was crying for help, basically. Well, basically, he's gonna have some place to go, because France is the odd man out. Europe, the Great Britain is not taking them with him. America and Great Britain is not taking them with them. Okay, and they damn sure don't want to, not want it down in Africa. Okay, they damn sure not want it down in Africa. So they're gonna have to have some place to go. So basically, if Great Britain is leaving, that means them and other parts of Europe are gonna have to go east and have to join, come into the BRICS under Russia. Hopefully, another white country has to give them a even break, even though Russia has no reason to actually treat them kindly after they Europe and America bent them over and had their way with them. They have no reason to be nice to them. No, I don't have a Discord. Why? I don't want a Discord, because Discord means I have to manage it. If I have a Discord, then I have to keep, you guys ain't gonna act right. If you guys ain't gonna act right, it means I have to spend more time actually policing my Discord. It's a death rattle. It is what it is. Nobody, no population's ever come back from that. That's what they've been saying. They displace people. Yeah, right now, that's one reason. You guys can do your own homework. But I'm gonna paste it. But all I can say is, enter at your own risk. Discord's got to be managed. I'm not gonna manage Discord. Okay. You guys, Everybody that has a discourse, they have people that cut up. And you guys are like the class. You guys, black folks can be like the class clowns. There's always somebody gonna come in there and cut up. Thank you, Double C. You don't have to. You don't have to move anywhere. I don't even know where that's coming from. Hey, what's going on, Mike? I wouldn't move to Africa yet. If you don't want to move to Africa, don't move. Nobody's
This
telling
this 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 is this is the what I was hopefully trying to come in last year and help co-sign for you.
you.
In terms of the automations, I want to actually I'll send you some stuff later on offline. Show you some stuff I was working on.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what I was hopefully trying to come in and co-sign for you with some of these guys. They have a full-on permission slip now to automate this bitch.
Oh yeah.
Just to keep up.
Yeah.
This is just them trying to even be a competitive player in the game. They give two shits about you. They don't care about no morals. This is about maintaining whatever power they got.
America don't have liberal countries do not change change tracks that quickly. They don't make turns that quickly. Okay, they just don't. And liberal countries have to lead. They have to lead. The good thing about a liberal country is innovation, right? Because certain ideas and inventions actually bubble up freely because it's liberal, right? There's less barriers for it to actually bubble up. Okay, but deciding on those ideals is much more difficult because it has to compete against other ideas. So, but it's actually they're freely to compete against other ideas. Okay, but the thing is, it has to lead. If a liberal country doesn't innovate fast enough, they will fall behind, and basically they'll fall so far behind that they can't catch up. They have to lead, and once they don't lead, it's over. Because an authoritarian country, they if China wants to build a high speed train, okay. I'll take California for instance, where I live. Okay, they've been trying to build a fucking high speed train for goddamn 30 years. Okay, China builds the same goddamn train in 3 or less.
And I was watching a documentary. They building cities over there, and they empty.
Yeah,
and just there ain't nobody in. They just building cities just to have the just to keep that muscle going. You know what I mean? Like I mean, they're building gorgeous cities. Ain't nobody living.
And just because they want to be China built a what is it, a 50-mile highway bridge to an island. Okay, they did that shit. They built that bitch in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
In 2 years. In 2 years, we can't. It takes it. You know, the subway in LA. That took fucking 20 years and all kind of lawsuits just to build that bitch.
Yep.
It's
and you see them moving into.
Go ahead.
No, I'll say, and now you're seeing them take that exact same mentality, less restriction, moving into Africa, followed with India and Russia. And they've been to build the shit out of this damn country, man. The way they want it. And they finna out whoever the hell they want to.
Yeah.
You know, when I was looking at some of the stuff you were saying last night, and then I kind of did a little bit deeper dive, trying to go back and find some stuff. The breadcrumbs are there. Oh, well, that's why it makes sense. That's partial. That's why the hell you don't really hear Indian talk about it too much.
Yeah.
Them dudes are silently killing niggas, silently pushing their economy. I was talking to one guy about their culture there. I was talking to a friend of mine about their culture. She said her friend was considered a reject in her country. Has Indian origins, and I said, well, why is she a reject? She's got a master's degree in playing the trumpet.
Okay.
I was like, oh, okay, and then I was like, oh, so she really is a reject. And she's like, why would you say that about her? She's very, very scholarly, and she's got. I said, but in her country, if you ain't no doctor, lawyer, engineer, they don't give a fuck about you like that.
No.
and it's funny because one of the guys came on here a while back, co-signed that, saying, "Yeah, man, we quiet. All we care about is that engineering base, and if you get that,
Mm.
you move. There's man, them Indian boys are not playing over here, especially over here in Austin. That's all you see over here."
Yeah, because it was it remember the 2000 the year 2000 bug that was going to strike.
Yeah.
And a lot of the old hardware that a lot of stuff was stored on, a lot of the engineers had either aged out and they stopped teaching the code for actually working on these things.
Hmm.
So they saw this coming and they said, okay, what's more cost effective? Actually try to train people here to work on it, this outdated software, or ship it over. So they outsourced that stuff to India. So the Indians said, okay, this is our way in. So they went on this big ass, like 5 or 6 year campaign to train as much software and many software engineers as they could to actually work
Yep.
on this old fashioned hardware. So a lot of the code that was actually they had the 19, especially in banks, had this 1999, this 2000 year 2000 bug. They shipped all their
Hmm.
code over to India, and basically the Indian coders actually fixed a lot of this, actually recoded a lot of this old software and shipped it back. So once they did that, they said, okay, since we have all these software engineers trained, why don't we have them do something else?
Yep. I just came out of a meeting. One of
Mm,
the guys here, they actually have a dude out of the way he has his company set up is basically they have a physicist out of India helping out with his company. They're working on quantum stuff,
mm-hmm,
uh, and they got to do that in Germany. So basically, as the world turns and as
mm-hmm,
they go to sleep, then the next dude wakes up, he's got work to do, and as he goes to sleep and comes off, the next dude comes online. So I mean, they got work flowing all day, 365 as the world spins. And I'm talking about these. He's like, man, we're lightning speed. And he's like, yeah, in about 5 years, we'll probably get this quantum stuff figured out.
mm-hmm,
And it cracks me up because he was like, yeah, we got a lot of, uh, uh, they got a big conference going on. I can't remember where he said it was at. Uh, but there's a lot of guys out of India coming on board.
mm-hmm.
And that's what I was telling Angry Man last night when he had his show. He's like, man, when you pick up the phone, they was having people answer from India. I'm like,
Yeah,
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 man,
yeah, yeah,
these dudes learn this shit for cheap and free,
yeah,
damn
for
near.
free. Yeah,
So
they
if
were,
they can learn it so cheaply and free, what you going to
mm,
school for?
yeah,
So it's crazy to me, man. People don't want to pick up a book and then they go on, and when the lights come on, your pants got caught down and you're
mm,
not ready. It's
mm.
it's gonna be over with. But you can't tell them nothing.
Oh, say Mr. G, can I please unblock him? Let me get with this.
Do you think?
Okay, hold on a second. Just some bookkeeping, some cleanup work, right?
Mm.
Why do you guys come in and if you guys really like this channel, okay? And Mike can tell you, I I don't mind respectful disagreement. Okay, if your facts are there, Mike can tell you if your facts are on point, I back down. I stop arguing. If your facts are together, you show me your facts and it's reasonable. Even if your facts aren't always together, you have a reasonable idea or reasonable point, I will listen to it. I will listen to it. We can run with it. It might not be 100% correct. It might be off a little bit, but if it's reasonable, I'm listening to it. Why do you guys come in talking shit and get banned? You get banned, and then if you come in talking shit and you get banned, I think you don't want to be here. So you're blocked. But then come back in, a month later says, "Can you please unblock me?" What's that about?
Because I think they come in here with that magic thinking that they gonna come in and argue you down like they do some niggas on the street, as if this is the thing I get upset about, and this is why I kind of like your channel,
Mm-hmm.
but also don't like your channel.
Why? Okay.
Is because dudes, this is a very small channel,
Mm-hmm.
compared to YouTube.
Yeah.
And so when dudes come in here, I do wish we had a reference log of videos these niggas we could point to and say, look, nigga, go read, just go watch them, and you can somewhat try to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it is as if they don't think you read anything.
Mm-hmm.
That's what cracks me. I tell the guys all the time, I don't believe he's yes. I'll be flat honest with y'all.
No.
I don't
No.
believe he's yes. I'll go
No.
find out for myself. I go look it up and go, oh shit. I see we're leading in stuff, and now we're starting to be healthcare and education. We're starting to be
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because
ranked midway, and I'm like, wait, hold up, that ain't fucking right. And I'm
yeah.
like, man, you start looking at stuff more and more. Then if the United States is ranked 27th in the world,
Mm-hmm.
and black boys are at the fucking bottom
Mm-hmm.
on every demographic, what do you think that tells you? That means that we're not gonna be able to move a lot of these boys.
Mm-mm.
May not even be able to help a lot of these boys. But then you look at companies like India, you look at companies like Vietnam,
Yeah. Yeah.
where they're
Yeah.
outsourcing a lot of this tech stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going, oh shit, these dudes didn't go to college. How the fuck did they learn? They gave them a book and sat their ass down and fucking read the book, and they helped them learn learn the process.
Well, you know the difference between an education, especially in tech, an education in India or education in Vietnam or China, someplace else like that. Okay, in America, America is a very liberal country. They give you a very liberal arts education. So they give you a liberal arts education plus engineering, liberal arts education plus STEM, liberal arts education plus medical, right? So the like 70% of what you learn, because if anybody's going to college, and I looked it up, right? Um, only like 25, maybe 30%, if you're lucky, of your whole curriculum actually is actually geared to what you're studying. The rest is
Yeah.
liberal arts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you go to India, when you go to India, Pakistan, or wherever, they're not giving you no fucking liberal arts stuff. They might give you a little bit to round you out, to knock off a couple of corners,
Yep.
but 80% of that stuff is focused on what you're actually going to be doing,
Yep.
which is
Yep.
backwards, which is backward from what the U.S. actually does. That's how come you can actually take a kid in 2 years. I see you, Jess. You can come in and unmute yourself or come on in. You don't have to wave. Just unmute yourself.
Yo, what's good?
Hey, what's up?
Can you hear me?
We got you. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, why come you think they can turn these kids around so fast? Like I was telling Mike. Okay, um, I'll give you an example with my grandson. Right, um, he's been in private schools from like 3 to like 7. Right, but my daughter got tired of paying the money. She actually sent him to public school. Now, the private school will push you ahead, right? But me
Yep.
teaching me, I spent like 2 hours with him from my ages 3 to 6, 2 hours a day with him, pushing him. I know I got on his fucking nerves every day. I know I did. I know I pissed him off every day. He gets into public school. He's 3 years ahead of these kids, 2 or 3 years ahead of
Yep.
these kids, reading, math. Basically, they're sending homework home that he did 2 years ago. He's 2 years ahead. What does that tell you? What that tells you is that your kids can actually go faster than what the public schools teach you. Public schools is teaching
Absolutely.
to a mean. They're actually teaching for the slowest student in the class. They're not teaching for the brightest student in the
Yep.
class.
That no child left
And they
behind
only
bull crap.
speeding the old child left behind bullshit. And basically, and what the thing is, they have brainwashed you into believing that they can teach your kid better than you. I don't care if you only have like a 6th grade education. If you got a 3, 4, 5 year old, your education is still superior to that 3-year-old's. And you can teach that kid better, even with a 6th grade education, than that school can at 3, 4, 5 years old until they actually catch up to where you are. And in the meantime, you're actually going to learn something because that pushes you to actually learn more stuff, learn more techniques.
Yeah, because you have
What
to.
it,
Like even with my son, like check this out, bitch. So I had him using Khan Academy.
mm-hmm,
Listen up, it's free. Go to Khan
mm-hmm,
Academy. They got a computer science program on there. You just sign up with your email address and have a kid sit down and go through the courses. So I had my son doing that this summer for about an hour, 2 hours, however
mm-hmm.
long it took him. I just told him, here's your modules, knock out these 2, 3 modules, and then when you're done, you go do whatever you want to do. So some days he'd get done quick, and other days he'd still be sitting there, right? And so came in first day of school. He said, "Hey, Dad, I think you might have been right." I said, "What you mean?" He said, "There's this kid in my school. His
Mm.
dad's already got him programming."
Mm.
I said, "White?" I said, "A white kid?" He said, "Yeah. He's a friend of mine, but his dad's already having him doing programming." I told you.
Mm.
I said, y'all black folks sitting around thinking that these people not prepping their kids for the future. They're doing it now.
Mm.
And I'm like, Josh, I tell us, the only thing I'm upset about is I waited so long. It's called Khan Academy, KHAN Academy.
I know it.
Yeah. No,
I'll
there's
just
somebody in the
and
comment section.
you can go in there and learn that. I think Albert was telling me, and one of the guys from the Black Brain Trust, if you do the Khan Academy, I think you can go back and take certificates and get tested on it, and come out of it and get be certified in that stuff.
And
I'm like,
anything that you have a question about, all you really have to do is type the topic into YouTube. You're going to get 50 videos come up on the same thing, exact same problem.
Yep. It's a starting place, but it's also one of those places where these are free resources, man. This is a portion of why white people sometimes look at black folks and go, "This shit here for free. What are y'all waiting for?" Because at the end of the day, there's certain things that you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, man. And that's what I was telling. So when my son came on, he was kind of proud of himself. Says, "Man, I told this guy I was working on this stuff too this summer," and he just looked. And he's like, "Yeah," he just looked at me. I was like, "That's your competition, man. This shit's finna get real quick, man. You better be ready to play ball." And I said, on top of that, for all you people out here who don't want to learn how to program a code, because that's not something I probably will do. You better start learning Mandarin. You know what I'm saying? You better start learning a new language. I said, this motherfucker finna change quick, man.
Quick, yeah. It's basically it's already changed, and it's going to speed
already
up.
changed. Yeah.
It's already happening
and that's why
in the UK too, man. It's already happening here in the UK.
Say that again.
You got the UK. Okay, I'm gonna say I feel sorry for y'all. I really do.
No, I'm good. I feel sorry for everyone here, but I'm good. I'm real good. Like,
okay.
I peeped game like 2 years before this Brexit stuff is happening, and then automation, because the automation, I'm telling you, man, the automation down here, like most of the supermarkets, the more low skilled jobs are being taken over by robots.
Of course.
So, say for example, Asda, who's in partnership with Walmart, right, in the UK, they wanna get all those people you've seen in the supermarket. Their jobs is gonna be done within the 5 years.
Yeah,
They wanna
5.
automate it.
If they want to be nice, it's 5.
Yeah.
Walmart. Edward just put up a video where he walked into a Walmart and they had 22 self checkouts and what 4 or 5 cashiers.
Oh
yeah, we got that here too.
Man, we had my local HEB over here. Came in on a Thursday or Friday to pick up something. Came back in on a Monday or Tuesday. They had all checked, people behind the register. They put half the registers by the Monday or Tuesday. They had them all self checkout, and then the Walmarts here already got that little barrier where you can't even walk back out the door. You got to go out a certain way. They already got the stuff where it's scanning to see if you got stuff. I said, man, they finna automate the fuck out.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Oh yeah.
It's done. It's a done deal.
Man, it's the thing is, it's been done. The thing is, it's going to accelerate, and
yeah,
the thing is, it's going to accelerate faster than people actually think.
Yeah.
Well,
like I told you before, it's all done. They have to ease it on this population quickly because of the civil unrest that it caused. But like you said before, in China, Africa, and India, them people don't give a shit. They're gonna automate, do what they want to do. Point blank, period. You know what I mean? And then if there's civil unrest, we'll see. We'll show you what we did to Hong Kong.
Hong Kong, Hong Kong, they're not paying attention. They're not gonna change anything. They're not gonna change anything. We got feedback from you, Albert. What's going on?
Okay.
Are you listening to a speaker or something? Or you got it on a speakerphone or something?
No, it's through my laptop.
Okay. So you listen to your laptop speakers?
Yes.
You got to have headphone, man, because we're getting feedback.
Okay.
I mean, you can't. You don't think we can hear? You think you have the speakers down low enough, but we can still hear it. We can still. It's like sound like a little echo.
Unless you got the YouTube running.
No, he doesn't have headphones, so he's listening to us off of it. Yeah, so you're getting feedback. But unmute yourself. You don't want to get headphones. Just mute yourself when you want to talk.
Okay. Yeah. I told you in Indianapolis they put that red. They have this red line on Meridian Street, which is pretty much the middle of the city, and I think it's 5G. They're just not telling anybody because it's a bus line.
Yeah,
they say it's a bus line. I was like,
Oh, really? Okay. They call them, Chinese call them trackless trains. Okay.
Really?
And, yeah, but in other words, it uses 5G, but it also uses visual sensors that actually keep the say a bus or what they call a trackless train on the stripe. So in other words, you can actually look it up. They call trackless trains. You can look it in China. So basically, they just draw lines on the street, and they use visual sensors to keep them between the lines, and then they use other visual sensors to actually watch out for traffic and all that kind of crap. But they call them trackless trains. So instead of putting down a track for a rail for it to go on, no, they just take a regular bus or a trolley or something like that. They draw the lines and they use the optical sensors to actually keep it on the on the path, which makes sense.
So yeah, what was I was gonna say?
You were talking about Great Britain and Brexit, which I know why Brexit's happening, but
yeah, not that. There's something else I want to talk about is the Black Manosphere. Was it the 3.0?
3.0.
Yeah, I'll be real with you, BGS man. Like, what was it? Do you know why I changed my name? I no longer wanted to be associated with the Black Manosphere because I literally got fed up with it.
Okay.
Basically, like with the Black Manosphere, to be honest, like when I look at the Black Manosphere and what it had the potential to be and what it should have been about, it really got me very frustrated because what the Black Manosphere should really have talked about, instead of the black woman is bad, right? They should have been really be talking about masculinity, how to build a black man, how a single parent, how can a single, let's say a boy could be a man, or let's say people who come from single parent households, how they could reclaim their masculinity when they're in these type of situations, right? That's how I picture the Black Manosphere. Now, when I hear about the Black Manosphere 3.0, like it ain't gonna be successful because, in my opinion, they haven't put any rules down. They haven't addressed the problems within it. Half of the stuff, believe it or not, because I actually took a back seat, I may change my name back to the Center of Truth, but I still kind of dissociate myself from the so-called Black Manosphere. That's why you don't really see me on live streams as much. But like when I really look at it, I'll be real with everyone here on BGS's platform right here. Majority of the stuff, right, they're talking about when it comes to getting women is completely ineffective.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's completely ineffective. Should I tell you how I know, right? I actually took a step away from the Black Manosphere. I processed all the information that they were presenting to me. And I was like, why is it that there's so many people in the Black Manosphere whining and complaining and getting annoyed with these black women if these so-called information that they're bringing out actually works? Now, the other thing I realized was, here's the crazy thing about it, guys, and I'm going to just bring out a big giant jackpot, like literally a gold mine of information in regards of getting women. It's just, all you got to do is do 2 Wikipedia searches. This is what I did, right? 2 Wikipedia searches. One on sexual attractiveness and masculinity. Once you got those two together, and you understand the information, and you understand about things like leadership, sexual attractiveness, physical attractiveness, half of the stuff they're saying is bullshit. Because I actually took time. It took me a whole year, right? I got the books to prove it. When I'm gonna do a live stream, when I had the book, I bought a whole bunch of books and self-developed myself. Right? I now have got my shit together. I can now travel. I'm going out to Spain now. I got my money up. I know how to build a business. I know how to build wealth. All of this good stuff within a year, right? Taking a break from this. But if there's any guys out there who are so-called incels or people who are frustrated or men who feel like they are in single-parent households and they feel absolutely useless, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you what you need to do, right? Go on Wikipedia, look up manhood or masculinity, and look up sexual attractiveness.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all the traits. Like there's going to be traits like leadership, health, energy, virility, masculinity, all of that stuff. Start reading, start understanding about these traits in regards to what makes you a man, and understand what it is about physical attractiveness and sexual attractiveness.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't gonna have no problems with women.
Yeah, okay. Basically, you know, me, Rom, maybe ARC, a couple other people, we have given guys, we have broken down attractiveness and getting women down to such a science it's ridiculous. Okay.
Yeah, it
And
is.
basically, guys don't follow because being attracted to women or attracted women is not the problem. They've been brainwashed in a certain way, and they're trying to what they're trying to do is undo the brainwashing. That's really what they're trying to do. Really, they've been brainwashed by feminism or by the you know, especially black men, been brainwashed by the gynocentrism and feminism. They're trying to become unbrainwashed. Okay,
Yeah.
Because they're approaching the game like women do, right? So the reason why women like a man to be honest is so she could figure out how she can get her claws in there somewhere. It's
Right.
a little bit of benevolent manipulation. She's got to figure out a way how she can get inside your life, right? Now she can go too far and be totally manipulative, or she could just be benevolent manipulative. She's trying to like, okay, I'm gonna go cook him a meal, or hey, I'm gonna come out and clean his apartment, right? She's trying to find a way into your life. These dudes are trying to use that exact same process women do for this system. They're trying to game. They're trying to game the game, and you can't game the game.
Exactly.
It just is what it is,
I
and
mean,
the dudes don't want. They're trying to find a cheat code, you know.
I mean, I explain, if I can explain female nature to women, to black women, and get them to admit it. Basically, what does it tell you? I know what, you know. I know what I'm talking about. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. They basically tried to chase Kevin off of YouTube, and Kevin was giving the cheat code to actually attracting women. He gave him the cheat code.
Mm-hmm.
He's giving the cheat code.
Pretty much.
Okay, the cheat code to attracting women. Okay, I'm trying to get you unbrainwashed, get your mindset right. Rom gives you the game. You got about four or five dating coaches that give you the what to say, the game as it speaks, as it is. There should be no reason that these guys cannot go out and talk to women and be effective. None whatsoever.
You. Exactly. Can I interject?
Go ahead.
Yeah, and another thing is this is what some of these guys got to understand it. And when I was doing the self-development, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, getting the body right. But what's it? The thing is either way, no matter how you put it, right? Guys have just got to understand. Either way, you have to put in the work. That's just the reality.
Mm-hmm.
You have to put in the work, and sometimes these guys don't want to actually put in the work.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the reality. Like this world, it's not just women. It's just how this world is designed in the first place. It's designed off results. Results get you far in this world. That's just the reality.
And it's also why you'll see BGS make comments and Kevin and Rom, and there's short answers, and dudes are like, "Well, give me more." And I'm like, "There is no more. Once you get in the fire, that will sustain your ass of just do it."
Yeah.
Right? The simple phrase of just do it for life will get you through the fire. Like my dad, one of my dad's favorite thing was adapt.
You know.
And I used to be like, Dad, I can't read. I got a stuttering problem. Dad, I got this. Adapt.
Mm-hmm.
Period. There was no patting you on the back and making you feel special. You either had to adapt or you're gonna die. That was the end of it. And that's what got me through from middle school to my junior year in high school, making D's and F's, to finally my senior year, finally figuring it out, making A's and B's, and then going on to college and get a nursing degree, right? But it's that process of adapt, until I finally had to figure out what it was. Is what Jesse's saying. I had to figure me out. Then I had to put in the work of what I needed to do, and then I'm like, oh shit, this ain't as bad, you know.
Yeah. Basically, half the dude, me and Rom and a whole bunch of other people actually talk about it. Half of it, you know, most of it, I would say like 90% of it is guys are actually afraid of being rejected. That's all. Is you're going to get rejected, but they don't want to face it. Well, how can I get around it? There is no way around
it. For real.
Get over it.
Get over it.
Should I give people a mind trick how I overcame rejection? Do you want me to drop some knowledge?
Go ahead. You're on.
Right.
Go ahead.
If you're afraid of rejection, right? Because this is what I had to do, even though I was doing cold approaches in Clapham, in a place called Clapham Junction. I stopped doing it now because I understood what rejection was about or how it felt, right? The reality is this is what's so beautiful about rejection, right? I don't look at the negative rejection. Back in the day, I used to be absolutely frightened of rejection.
Yeah.
The reality is this, right? The reason why rejection is so beautiful is because it opens you up to an even better opportunity along the way, and you just don't know it.
Yes, it does.
Trust me, rejection is a beautiful thing. I used to look back in the day, I used to think, man, this chick rejected me. And I'm just like, then I look back and I'm like, damn, like an actual better opportunity came along. If that person didn't reject me, I wouldn't have got that other opportunity that was better.
Yeah.
You dig?
Yeah.
So,
or you wouldn't have learned how to recognize the opportunity in the first place.
Exactly. So when a woman rejects me, I'm like, I'm happy. Either way, I'm the winner.
Yeah.
I either get a badass looking chick, or I'm gonna have someone else who potentially gonna be badass. So either way, that's why how people don't really look at rejection. Rejection actually is a win-win situation.
It's an experiment. Just like if you were doing an experiment, 1,000 of them are gonna fail.
Exactly.
All you need is the right one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes you look back and like, wait, why was I trying to mess with you again?
For real.
And Albert co-signed this. When you're programming and coding, and I made like, damn, I probably remember like 6, 7, 8 prototypes. Albert will tell you, especially when you're coding, man, you program something out and that shit don't work.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Like, what the fuck, man?
Oh yeah.
You gotta go back and read every line and figure it out, and then you figure, shit, it's this simple.
No, Mr. Comma, yeah.
And you be like, fucking hey, man. And then you go through and you go a little bit more, you build some more on it, and that bitch don't work again because you didn't make it go reroute back to its original point. Like, fuck. Like,
Mr. Comma, shoot. I work with case sensitive language, meaning if you miscapitalize something, it will break.
Basically, why does black people always try to actually come in and redefine everything? Rejection is when you love a chick and she doesn't love you back or falls out of love with you. Not being turned out by a chick that you don't know. I got one word for you, boss. Bullshit. Anyway, go ahead. Jump in, Knight. You wanted to get on.
Oh, yeah. What I was saying was, I feel like the problem is that black men, we have our weakness is that we only focus on getting pussy. That's what the Manosphere pretty much was started on, with a bunch of game coaches about getting how to get women and how to fuck women and shit like that. But then you got the white man, he gets women and shit. Yeah, sometimes the white man might be lame and shit too. But at the same time, white men focus on other military tactics on how to dominate.
Night. Guess what the white Manosphere was focused on?
He focused on domination.
No.
Domination. He ain't think about no damn pussy.
No. Pussy.
He gets all the damn pussy he needs. He focused on domination.
I'm a MGTOW, dog, boss. I was part of the white man, the Manosphere as a whole. Manosphere. What is the triad that makes up the Manosphere period, the white Manosphere? What is it?
Repeat that again.
What is the triad that makes up the Manosphere? There's a triad. If you know about it, what is it? No. Jesse, don't kick the chair. I didn't ask you. I know you know.
I think what red pill people, red pill.
No. The Manosphere, the white Manosphere, as you speak of it. There's 3 parts that make it up. What are they?
What men's right activists, MGTOW, and I don't know the third one.
Pickup artists.
Yeah, pickup artists. Yeah.
What are all 3 of them circulate around?
They focus on well. I know men's right activists because I be on Riddick with their page and stuff. They focus on getting laws and shit changed, even though they powerless because they a minority.
What are they? What is the common denominator between all three?
They all men.
Women.
Yeah, that's because like I said on your other in that comment section of your other video.
Might be. MRA is trying to change the laws, the family court laws, because of what? Marriage and women, right?
Yeah, can I finish saying what I was saying though?
No, you sure can't because you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
MRAs want to change the laws because they wanted a different relationship with women outside of the courts. Okay?
And why did it get like that? Why did it get like that? If it was living in a patriarchy, a white patriarchy, why did they allow it to get like that?
Dude, that's MRA, okay? Pickup artists. What is pickup artist is? What is a pickup artist?
The people who go to the club and stuff and try to pick up women.
Go to the club, on the street,
Generally,
wherever. Pickup artists don't just pick up women in the street. School, street, stores, wherever. Pickup artists is about game, right? That's the gamesman, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
MGTOW is the rejection of pickup artists and most of the MRA, but it still circulates around what? Your relationship with women. It has nothing to do with power. You can be.
I have to disagree with that. I have to disagree with that.
I don't care. Jesse, have you been a MRA?
Who, me?
No, I'm talking about Knight.
Oh,
yeah, I've been to some of those little events they have in DC and shit. I've been all that.
Have you been one?
Yeah, I consider myself more so a men's rights activist than I do MGTOW. I don't associate with MGTOW. I associate more with men's rights activists because I feel like, again, at making everything about getting pussy is going to be your undermining.
It's not about
because women are always going to use that against you.
Are the MGTOWs about getting pussy?
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Night. Can you do me a favor, man, before you embarrass yourself?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shut up, man. You're so far off, it's ridiculous. So
the exact same thing that's going on in the black manosphere right now, to date, is going on in the white manosphere right now.
Exactly.
The exact same arguing that's happening in the black manosphere. That they just had a huge ass fucking fallout in the white manosphere.
Yep.
Posted a big ass long 3-hour event. I'm halfway through to them, man, motherfuckers, so I can get all the information.
Yeah.
But same goddamn arguments over there is happening over here.
Yeah.
Like
okay, can you answer my question though?
Why did
white men lose the power? Why did white men lose the power under the white patriarchy? Why did they lose the power to white women, white feminists?
You want I actually told you this. I actually did. Jesse can tell you. I did 3 videos called Feminize America. I did 4 videos called Feminize America, actually explaining it. Did you watch those?
I might have missed those.
Look it up. Either a Black Gnostic Speaks or even BGS or Feminize America. Go watch them, man. I'm not going to sit here and explain it to you. I actually put up 4. I took the time to actually do 4 videos on it and broke it down exactly what happened and why it happened and why they actually had the rise of feminism, right? And it's been proved right by ever since then. Okay? I'm not going to sit here and do it again.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Jesse. Because Jesse knows. Jesse been following me for a while. He's seen it. Jesse's been following me since I was Black Gnostic Speaks.
Yeah, I was. Let me just give you guys a lowdown of who I was. Right, I was a former MGTOW at one point. I still lived the so-called MGTOW lifestyle. There was times where I was actually coming on BGS's platform and dropping some knowledge, even about Asperger's syndrome. Man, that was a really good topic as well.
Yep.
I wasn't all about talking about women, man. Like I was talking about fitness, all kinds of stuff, man.
All the stuff, yeah.
Like that's what I was about. But I may actually get back to that because I miss the good old days. But you know, the thing is like, because MGTOW, when I really look at MGTOW wasn't really about getting pussy. It was really about them changing the laws and finding a way how to counteract the gynocentric society.
Yeah,
like that's really what MGTOW was really about.
Yeah, MGTOW is actually an offshoot of the MRAs.
Yeah,
And,
Because
and
that's where it branched off.
basically, MRIs were actually in the courts trying to change things, right? But MGTOW says, you know what the hell? What we're not going to participate
How come
until.
MGTOW
Can I
turned against the
finish my
Bill Cosby
goddamn statement? How can
false
I
rape
finish my
application?
goddamn statement? Thank you. MGTOW is about not participating until the laws are changed. It wasn't about jamming the courts. It's about we're actually going to limit our relationship with women. We're not going to give you what you want. In other words, basically the state wants marriage and children. That's what they want. They want marriage and children. So MGTOW said, guess what we're not going to give you until you change the law, make it more acceptable for us. Give us, in other words, make the juice worth the squeeze. We're not going to get married. We might have a girlfriend, maybe. We're not going to get married. We're not going to have kids. We're not going to participate in what we call the blue pill life. That's MGTOW.
That's why the red pills always are clowning MGTOWs and saying, you guys are one blowjob away from going back on the plantation. Because they partially
that's the whole point. That's my whole point.
They want to go back to the plantation. It just has to be an even playing field where they have where, like we just said, the juice is worth the squeeze, or at least where they can go. At least I can keep my children.
Night. I'm a fucking MGTOW monk. You trying to explain MGTOW to me?
He said the exact same thing I was just saying. Pretty much one blowjob away from being right back in the damn plantation. But shit, you only thing about the pussy, you're only one blowjob from right back where you started from. That's the thing. The difference is with the men's rights activists and shit in the MGTOW. Again, we want actual policies change and shit, not just I want to be cool now until somebody blow me off and then I'm right back right there.
Well, do you know why the MGTOW splintered off from the MRAs?
No, tell me.
No, you telling me about the history. Do you know?
No, I don't know.
Well, then you don't know anything about MGTOW. It's splintered off because the tactics for like 40 years about trying to change the courts wasn't working.
Yep, exactly that.
You're talking to two MGTOWs. Jesse's too young to be a MGTOW monk. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
a MGTOW monk. Okay. I've been a MGTOW monk for the last 6 years. That means romantically, I do not deal with women. Okay, but I can do that because I'm 60 years old. Okay, Jesse's too young to do that.
Yeah, I've been a MGTOW for about 6 years now, isn't it?
Yeah,
but I don't call myself a MGTOW. That's the difference.
Well, that's what Jesse. That's how it popped up on my screen. Working on this project about 2-3 years ago, and it's funny to me because the vast majority of young men out here and men period are MGTOWs. They just don't know it. Basically, the rule of MGTOW is the definition of MGTOW is you don't cohabitate with women and you don't live with a woman, or you don't get married.
But
that's like 60% of dudes. And so when I'm meeting these guys, they don't know about the label in the community, but they live that lifestyle where they just go do their own thing every single day.
Yeah,
like, nah, I ain't really dating nobody. I ain't meeting nobody.
But that's the influence. Well, a lot of things is that the MGTOW is not necessarily something that's actually came up because somebody decided it was a good idea. A lot of it is because of the environment is actually creating people like this.
Yeah,
right.
And basically, we Jesse can tell you, all we did was put a name to it, to the phenomenon. That's all we did.
Yeah, because I don't even think it was called. Anyway. I think the white boys put a name. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong. Black dudes started it, but white boys just put a label on it.
They just put a label on it. Yeah. It was like pickup artists. Okay, people have been game has been around, man, since the 60s. They just put a name to it and put a few principles. Actually wrote down some principles to it. But it's been going on for a long time. We just put a name to it. But that's the environment that you live in.
Yeah, I call it white supremacy.
I don't do white supremacy. It's feminism, man.
So, like I said, we had the white men when the white man was going against
number one, slow down. Number two, know what you're talking about because this ain't the day. Okay.
Yeah, I said on your other video, Tariq Nasheed did a good video explaining the Roe versus Wade and the origins of that, the racist origins of that, and white women know how to exploit the insecurities of white men to get laws passed that disadvantage all men.
Okay, I'm you know what? I'm this is gonna be me. Jalen, before I actually come on and actually deal with this, because the evil twin's getting ready to get his ass up. All right.
Hey, wait, but just before you do,
Okay.
go ahead. I'm gonna go get ready for work and listen
Okay.
to this.
Oh no. Go,
But like I told you before, man, y'all niggas believe what y'all wanna believe. That's what all this shit boils down to. That's what Jesse was talking about earlier about this whole Black Manosphere thing. Go look up that stuff he talked about and go work on them attributes and then fucking go on with your life, man.
man,
You guys are really trying to use magical spells on logic, man, and can't trying to figure out why this shit ain't working.
you know what
This
I'm
ain't no.
you know what I'm gonna do, Mike. You know what I'm gonna do,
What's that?
Mike. I'm actually going to go get in the books, and I'm actually going to break down the science of attraction. I mean, down to the point where you can, where like Teresa Crenshaw did, by chemicals, scents, and all this kind of stuff. Actually, break down the science because you can't really talk to black folks. You can't really talk logic and common sense to them. They won't accept it. Okay, so basically, you have to beat them down to the point where they can't refute it. In other words, you have to talk to them in a way where they really cannot actually refute it, because they're too lazy to actually go look the shit up and refute it.
Yeah.
So you have to break it down. Have to go through all the
Or
books.
what you need to do, BJS?
Yes, sir.
Or what you need to do is just go get your white man, put him up on the screen, and then tell him to tell them, and these niggas.
The niggas ain't even listen to the white man anymore.
That's all it is.
They don't even listen to the white man
I
anymore.
already told you before. I told you before. That's why I believe God is black, and that's why He allowed them to turn Jesus white, just so all you niggas will believe His ass. That's all the fuck. I'm out, y'all. I'm gonna go listen to this.
All right. Jalen, you want to get in before I start chewing up Knight?
Yeah, it's the same old BJ's. To be honest with you, it's the same old talking points with people in the Manosphere saying black woman, hair weaves, and get rid of cuts. And then what about the child who without the mother? I was like, what y'all gonna do if y'all call welfare? What
the thing is, they haven't thought about it. All they want to do, all they want is to take black women down a peg. They haven't thought about the outcome. You know, what you gonna do if you have, like, say they do cut it to the point where you got like 1 million homeless women on the street with their children? What you gonna do with that?
probably will have to put them in houses in order to get
they're on the street, man. There's no money to do it. What if they cut people and put them on the street? What you gonna do? What are they gonna do? What are black men willing to do?
Help the black woman beaches.
What can you do?
Just help the black woman if the welfare was cut off.
In other words, they haven't thought about it. Basically, you can't. Black men are not don't have enough money to help themselves, much less help 1 million black women on the street. They don't have that. Not there. Only a government can actually do that, because the government is actually writes the rules and writes the restrictions where you can actually do something. People can house themselves. The thing is, it's not that you can't house yourself. You can build up a shack. You know, people in the Caribbean and the third world and Africa, they do it all the time. You can make a house to get the rain off of you. The thing is it up to code of the standard of the society? That's the difference. That's like when the state has to come in and actually either relinquish some of these laws, or actually come in and start spilling the money to actually make this stuff happen. They can make it happen if they want to. The thing is, black guys want black women to actually come off their high horse, and they think cuts are actually going to do it, which it will. But the thing is, at what cost? They haven't thought about that. But the thing is, it doesn't matter, because they're coming off their high horse anyway. Because guess what? The automation is making them losing jobs. They're already coming back. They're already changing. I get emails every day about, yeah, BGS, you were right. Black chicks are smiling at me. They treat me better. Blah blah blah. Jesse can tell you, because they ain't no bigger feminist than in Great Britain.
Yeah.
And now they're going through this political turmoil. Now they're saying, where are all the men at?
Yep. Can I interject with that?
Go ahead.
Regarding Great Britain, like, I remember talking to you, BGS, about how black women weren't checking for me, but it was women of other races that were interested in me. Like,
right.
But like in England, for example, there's London, as you may know, white people are now becoming the minority there now.
Really?
Yes, it's happening now. white people are slowly phasing out of London, but it's still a predominantly white country, right? It's based off the census that I checked that the government basically published out, which was very frightening to look at, to be honest, especially about the black on black crime.
Okay.
But the thing is the black, like for example, black women now are checking for me now. I don't know if it's to do with if I've changed or if it's to do with the certain climate. But when I was in college, when I was in shape, when I was the so-called nice guy / assertive guy, I've only been in a relationship with 2 black women, right? All the other women I've basically dealt with have been from other races, right? It's not because I hate black women. I actually like black women very much. They're my proverbial woman. But the thing is they just wasn't checking for me. They were checking for the dudes that were the road man, or in your terms, the thug, or the guy with swag, or you know, the Tyrone or the Darius type guys.
Because they can afford to do it. They can afford to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like in London, it's getting a bit. I've noticed that there seems to be a trend where black women are trying to go at the black man.
Yeah.
But the thing is what I've noticed is there's soon gonna be no longer a middle class in London. It's gonna be either a high class or a lower class. There's no middle ground now.
We're going back to the 19th century, huh?
Yep. And the black women, I would definitely say I think they've clocked onto it. Because they are actually trying to go with like black men, and they're trying to settle down instead of going instead of going on the CC, if you know what I mean.
Of course. But you know why? Yeah, because the environment changes. When the economic environment changes, black women especially will change because they're the first one to feel it. I said that you heard me say it. You heard me say it that when the environment changes, they'll change.
Yep.
Yep. You heard me say it. Now, unmute yourself.
Change to what? Change to what?
Change to what? What are you talking about, man? Now you change to what?
You said that they would change, but then in other previous videos you said that it wasn't no change. There was always a gynocracy in America, in Black America, that is.
In other words, their attitude will change. They wouldn't be as dismissive or rejective towards you. Just because if you go to Africa that has a matriarchy, the dynamic, there's a very coordinated dynamic between men and women. They're actually deference to their males. Just because it's a gynocracy doesn't mean that their attitude is going to be the same depending on what the environment is. Now, when the environment changed, where they didn't need you anymore or thought they didn't need you anymore, guess what they did? They left. When they think that they need you again, guess what they're going to do? They're going to come back with their little hat, their little purse in their hand, which they're starting to do right now. Unmute yourself, sir. Do you understand what I'm saying? Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hold up.
All right.
Hold up. I was in the store. Hold up. So yeah, go ahead.
You in the store? Oh, just happened to be. Change to what? In other words, when you say change, you got to make sense. It's because I'm not in your head. I don't know what you're thinking.
Well, I'm referring to what you were saying. You said they would change, but you're saying that it's just the attitude would change.
I explained to you, and Jesse went through it. Just explained to you, okay, why they changed. They weren't checking for you. They weren't nice to you. They weren't appreciative of you. They weren't going to be trying to check for you. That's what we're talking about. What are you doing?
And so Black society as a whole will change as well alongside the Black women, right?
The guy what in the 50s and 60s, where the Black women did they defer to their men, even under gynocracy? Yeah. Why did they do that?
Because they pretty much needed us as, sort of like a political spokesperson. You know what I'm saying?
Not political, no. You don't need to does politics feed you?
Yeah.
Politics feeds you. So you
Yeah,
voting feeds you.
Oh no, not voting itself, but when you talk politics, I'm thinking you're talking about like the potential of like a welfare state.
Does politics feed you? No, it doesn't. What feeds you? Somebody
Money.
has to give you resources, right?
Yeah, money and resources. Yeah.
Resources, right? Okay, so if the state's not giving it to you, guess where women have to get it from?
The men.
Because otherwise they'll starve, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So even though it's a gynocracy, why do they defer to you?
Because they need resources.
Get any resource. They need their man to give them resources because that's the way it works, right?
Right.
So when they have resources, they don't need the man. Guess what they're gonna do?
You say when they need resources.
If the resources that's supplied by somebody else, guess what black women are gonna do?
Yeah, they're gonna drop you.
They're gonna drop you. Have they basically dropped their man for the last 40 years?
Yeah, I ain't disagreeing on that.
So basically, why are you asking me that question and you already know?
Because the thing is that you're saying that they would change, like as in like the attitude.
Wait a minute, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You just answered your question.
But here's the thing. Here's my point. Here's my point I'm making.
No. You just answered your question. Why you going on?
Because my point of it is that the attitude changed, but that same cycle will just repeat. Once the things get itself afloat, what's to stop them from doing the same thing again when they can go to more resources from the white man start coming at them with more resources?
Exactly. Of course they will.
Yeah, so that's my point. What you arguing against?
What am I arguing against? You're arguing against me. I said they would change. I said the system.
I didn't argue anything. I asked you a question.
No, you didn't. You said change to what?
That's a question. Keyword question.
No, you changed to what? Basically, you answered your own question. I said they would change according to the environment. We just want to. Were you listening when I was talking to Jesse?
Yeah.
You were. No, not really. What did I say to Jesse? He said when the environment changed, they changed. They weren't checking for him. But when the economics changed, guess what they had to start doing?
They had to start putting tying the shoes and getting in line. Yeah,
and Jesse was not raised in a gynocracy. He did basically. Great Britain is not a gynocracy. It's a patriarchy. He's not African American, but that's just being female. You get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I understand that. I ain't disagreeing with that.
So now what's the issue? You answered your own question. Okay, let me go further because that's what you want. Because you actually want to learn, but the thing is you're being antagonistic. And you're bringing out let me can I bring out the evil twin for a second? Just for a second. Nigga. Didn't we just talk about goddamn Walmart basically laying off cashiers and actually replacing them with goddamn self-checkouts? They're mopping the floors. You got people checking stuff. The retail apocalypse. Didn't we just talk about automation?
Yeah.
Retail. Who's the biggest worker in retail in the black community?
Black women.
Black women. So black women start losing their goddamn jobs or get their hours reduced where they can't feed themselves. Guess what the fuck they're gonna start doing?
They're gonna start cooperating.
If you talk about automation and fucking call center, who's the biggest worker in call centers? Is it black men or black women?
Black women.
Black women. AI is actually replacing all the goddamn call centers. Who loses the jobs? Is it black men or black women?
Black women.
What happens when black women start losing jobs in call centers?
Well, then they're gonna start adapting to whoever the alpha voice is.
Or whoever can provide resources, right? Or yes. Whoever can help them with resources, even if they don't have a lot of them, right?
Yep.
So instead of
Whoever the alpha
overlooking,
is.
so whoever start overlooking you, and then fuck the fucking alpha. We ain't even talking about that. Beta, because alpha is all gonna do is fuck them and leave them alone. They've been fucking with the alphas already. The alphas have been getting pussy already. Alphas ain't never had a lack of pussy.
And I just want to be clear. When I say alpha, I'm not talking about just a macho man. Nothing like that. I'm not talking about that specifically.
Basically, who are the betas?
Well, I think the betas,
You're not a beta.
right now we are as black men.
You're fucking 6'5" with muscles, man. You're not a fucking beta. Shut up.
Okay. So the 6'5" black man, he's been able to put the black woman in check, right? Because he's alpha.
Okay. He's not a beta, but the thing is, he's not in America. He's in America. Basically, Jesse probably would have no problem. Okay. He would have no problem. Thing is, he's in a white. He's in the black. What is the black community? Is like 5% in the UK, like 5% total. So you have black people in the UK are a very small minority. So basically, the dominant person, the dominant people they're actually going to look for are either the tough guys or the white boys. If they can't get the white boys, which is their first choice, what is a white chap. If they can't get a white chap, then they go for a white boy for a thug.
Yeah,
Okay.
can I interject?
Go ahead.
All right. Another thing I want to point out, right, is there's one term that irritates me, which is completely wrong, right?
What's that?
Is one blowjob away will take you back to the plantation. That's the biggest BS I've ever heard.
That's true. Yeah.
Because let me just put it this way, but I've had many of them, and I haven't all of a sudden wanted to get married and have kids and participate in the system. So that saying is absolutely nonsense.
Yeah, well, basically, when they say one blowjob away is the guys that are not really that are purple pill and not really mixed out. They're just claiming it because they're pissed off.
Fair play.
Yeah.
And the other thing as well with London, right?
Mm-hmm.
London is it's a very ethnic city. There is actually places that is very like in London that are actually predominantly black, like areas like Brixton, areas like I think it's not Stratton, like Brixton, certain places like Croydon, things of this nature. There's certain places in London where there is a predominantly black. Now, as you know, in London, there's a epidemic of black on black crime, stabbings, all that good stuff.
Yeah, it's poverty, huh?
But the thing is I live in a predominantly white area, which I would say is somewhat of a blessing because I probably would have got caught up in that one way or the other, right? But like I said, like the environment has to change for the women to change. That's just the reality. So when I hear a whole bunch of people in the Black Manosphere giving off these cheat codes, and all you got to do is say these certain pickup lines and stuff, and voila, you'll get women. It's nonsense, man. You've got to put in the work. Like I said, to individuals who want to attract some of the nicest women, is the environment has to change, and the reality is you're gonna have to put in the work. You need sexual attractiveness and you need masculinity. You can't live without both. That's just the reality, right? So, like, that's the thing with the Black Manosphere. Like, that's what really irritates me, Black Manosphere. That's why I actually made a video on my channel saying why I no longer associate with the Black Manosphere. There's certain black YouTubers I still speak to, but it's the potential it actually had, what it actually could have been, is huge. We're talking about millions here, but it was just blacks just beefing with each other, things of this nature, and people got to come away from this. It's only the blacks that are beefing with each other. That's BS. Just go on the 21 convention, right? And look at some of the videos there. You will know what is actually going on in the white manosphere. I'm just gonna put that out there. I'm not gonna go into it.
Yeah, there's been wars. There's been wars.
Yeah. So that's BS. It's just the reality is the Black Manosphere beefs in a different way compared to the whites. The whites do all law corporate shit. Blacks just go direct to the person and just bust out cuss words and stuff.
Yeah.
That's the reality. That's the difference between the whites and the blacks when they're basically going at it. It just is what it is, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's as simple as I can put it, man. I mean, basically,
Yeah,
it's not.
I need to reset. Hold up.
It's not. This isn't rocket science.
My audio just got real low. Everything got real low.
Well, then go out and come back in.
How do I do this?
Well, the thing is, Keith Lamont. While he's gone, I'll answer a couple questions. Keith Lamont, basically, it's up for you to decide. You know, if you want to, you said you wanted them back. You said you wanted them humble. Will they come back humble? You know why they're coming back. You know, if that was the case, why would you want them to cut off the welfare and all the other kind of crap to humble them, so they can come back humble? Now they're coming back humble. It's up to you. What do you want to do? I didn't say you have to accept them back, but now it's balls in your court. So you can actually stop. You can actually stop grumbling about it. Now what you're going to do? They're back. They're coming back. Now you got guys on YouTube trying to beg you not to stay inside the fence and go back with them. Not begging you, trying to shame you into doing it. So,
Exactly.
so basically, I don't know what you want. They're back. Now I said that like almost 2 years ago. Okay, they're gonna come back. The thing is, once they get back to the table, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna say to them? A lot of guys that actually jumped the fence and switched over. You know, a lot of guys that wear red pill and we're talking about against women and all this kind of shit. Now they're talking for women. They got women on the panels. Now it's about the community. It's about getting along with women, about proving yourself to be qualified for women. That wasn't happening like 3 years ago. But now all of a sudden the women are back. Now everybody's changing their tune. Now all of a sudden, the blue undershirt is actually starting to show on a lot of guys. So the thing is, a lot of guys, some guys got that blow job and they switch sides. There's a lot of them. No.
Prove my point. Exactly what I said.
What?
He disagreed.
What are you talking about, man?
Oh damn! I didn't know I was on.
What I mean, I proved your point.
That again, the black men especially are going to one blow job away from being right back on the plantation. We're going to hand over power again when we especially the same ones who claim to want to fix the society of Black America. They're the same ones who are going to be detrimental to the same Black America they claim to want to improve, because they're going to do the same exact thing. They're going to hand the power right back over to Black women, and then we're going to be right back under the system of white supremacy, being homosexualized, like Tommy Carey says in that book, the Man Not book, going for that homoerotic, passion.
you be. One thing I love about you, Night B, you take all these concepts and smash them all together like they belong.
I sure do. Because they all work together.
No,
They all work together. Yes, they do.
No.
Yes, they do. Neely Phillip breaks that shit down. All that shit falls together.
There you go, man. There you go.
Yep. There we go.
There you go. There you go. There is no chapter. There is no understanding. Most people that read Tommy Curry's book don't even understand what he's trying to say. You know, and I got that on good authority. Half the people that even printed the book, edited the book, don't even know what Tommy Curry is trying to say. I got what Tommy Curry is trying to say in the first 8 pages. Knew what he's trying to say. I got what he's trying to say when he said the man not. Basically, according to this system, basically you don't have a gender, you don't have a race, you're a thing. That's what he's trying to say. Homoerotic. Basically, when you talk about homoerotic, basically you're an object. That's what he's trying to say in this particular system. When he said,
because we're taking a back seat in our identity. I agree with him. We're taking a back seat in our identity. We only identify as our race instead of our racialized gender.
It's not about what we're doing. It's about how we are seen in this society.
Yeah, and just like with the ADOS movement, you can always control your own narrative and your own identity. It's up to you to actually do it. And Black men have never really done that. We've always identified with the race. I didn't see nothing wrong with that at first, but then now with the man not, and how we see how society has become when it comes to our racialized gender oppression, I understand now why that is.
Black men have always identified with the race because black men
That's
are the
what I
race.
said.
No, it's not what you said.
That's why I said we've always identified with the race. I said I didn't think anything was wrong with that until I understood that how that can be played against us, because we're sitting there fighting for the race and they'll give the benefits to a black woman and say, hey, here's benefits for your race, and leave the black man left hanging. But then the black woman could turn against the black man, and you got gynocracy going on, and the black man still thinking, hey, well, at least I'm empowering the race by just sitting silently and letting all these benefits go to black women. At least I'm helping the race, and that's how we're taught. And I agree with Tommy Curry on that, and that's a problem.
Okay.
The issue with that is that system worked under white supremacy. That's why he released the last video and the video before about the currency stuff. It is not possible to do that anymore. This is a true wake-up call, actually, for black men. You do not get to operate like that again. You do not get to take a back seat. You have a world table to get to. Either you're going to get on it or not. 97% of blacks live in the world. America only holds 3% of black people. That's a 3% that they can give a fuck about. So I suggest you bring value to the table when it's time to meet up. Plain and simple. The black gene genetics and all that bullshit will continue on if every black person in America died tomorrow.
Yeah, they die tomorrow.
And they weep a tear, and then they keep going on, just like Quigley talked about. And in about 500 years to 1,000 years, black people be back on top. Same old shit, man.
And it was 100 years actually. But
so do the white supremacists know this? Do you think the white supremacist know this as well?
Yes.
Or is this something we know?
Look, man, if
hold on.
the niggas on YouTube talking about this shit, I don't think they don't.
Yeah, I don't read, man. Did I not just put a video up? Night. Did I just put a video up?
I kind of been off of YouTube, for a few days. Well, I don't know.
I just put a video up with Macron saying the exact same thing I've been saying for the past. Did you not? Were you here when I first started the video?
This video, no.
You're answering the question I've already answered in the previous video and when I first started this one. Do white people know? What do you think? Do you think they know?
I think so, because like you were saying we only 3% of the world black population, but hey, look at South Africa. What percentage of South Africa was white people?
Do you think they know?
Yeah.
How do you think they know? You. No. Do you think they know? I already did it. Yeah, I know. Don't shake your head, Jesse. It's okay. You see why I get frustrated at night. How long have I been saying this? How long have I been demonstrating this? How long have I been putting up information about this? How long have I been doing this, man?
So then what did that statement have to do with anything about black America?
How long have I been doing this? Do they know? Do white people know? Yes, they do.
So don't you think if they know that, don't you think they make actions to challenge those issues? Or is that something that only black people think about?
Do you? How often do you actually follow me, man?
I listen to a lot of your videos. Like I said, I haven't been on YouTube for a couple of days now, but yeah, I still follow a lot of your videos.
I've been talking about this forever, man.
Man, you sound scared.
Okay, and you talk about this, but at the same time, like I mentioned before, I have never seen you actually critique the white male MGTOW people for their whole racist agenda and how they sabotage all men with that racist insecurity crap.
All right. Okay. It's gonna be just me and him. He's getting ready to get it. And you guys can come back in about a couple minutes. Look, motherfucker. Why the fuck do you think I started the goddamn it more? Why do you think that is?
Well, it started off with I don't know what the game talk like most Manosphere.
It more.
Start off with game talk like most of the Manosphere.
No, because we needed a space for black men to talk. We couldn't do it on MGTOW. Why the fuck do you think we started it more? Why you think I go in on racist motherfuckers when they come here? They don't come here for a goddamn reason. Because I will go in on them. When I talk about demographics and they're disappearing, you think they like that shit?
I'm sure they don't. I'm sure they already know those things.
Think they like that shit?
I'm sure they already know those things.
The thing is, it doesn't matter. You think they like me to actually put it out in public?
I'm sure they already know those things.
You think they like it because they would come over and complain, but they can't say anything about it. I don't give a fuck if they're racist. You think the last video I put out about white supremacy disappearing, you think they like that shit?
My thing is, like I said, if the white supremacists, if they keep letting the white women exploit them with their racism and exploit that shit, then what change is gonna happen?
Fuck them.
You're still gonna have the same laws that apply to white men. They're gonna superimpose on us, and it's gonna be even more dangerous to black men because black men don't have no patriarchy.
Fuck them. You talking about we checking MGTOWs? Why should I fucking check MGTOWs?
Because again, y'all talk about how women exploit men and stuff like that, but then they set that behind there and shit on Bill Cosby.
I'm not white. I'm not white.
Okay, you're not white. And now, why? How come I don't see the Manosphere calling them people out? The black Manosphere calling them people out.
Where's your video at?
I don't have to make videos.
Yes, you do. You have no right. You have no right to actually say what somebody's doing. If you got a video, if you have a YouTube channel, and you ain't said shit. Where's yours?
I don't have to have videos.
Where's yours? If you ain't got one, shut the fuck up. Don't say what somebody else is doing and you ain't done it yet. If you've been doing it, you have every right to talk. You got every right to talk. You ain't got no fucking reason to talk about any content creator if you don't have a fucking video out, do you?
I don't have no videos, no.
Well, then shut the fuck up about what we put out. If you ain't doing it, first thing I do when somebody says something about what I put up on my videos, which I have 1,300 videos on different things, first thing I do is go check that channel. If you ain't said shit about what I said or anything about it that you disagree with, first thing I do is normally block you. Because the first person that should say something that they feel strongly about is you. If you have a fucking phone, and I know you do because you're talking to me, just like you're talking to me, you can put up a video. Don't tell me what I haven't done or haven't checked. Us starting the Itmore channel in the first fucking place is a protest against white MGTOW. Period. That's why we started the goddamn thing. Itmore was started by 4 guys that were MGTOWs. There was no Itmore before we started. We got tired of white boys doing the shit that they were doing because they didn't want us to talk about black stuff. And I want to talk about black stuff, about black men according to our needs, black American needs. So we started Itmore. But don't question me talking about what I don't talk about if you ain't talked about it yet. Have you talked about it?
Sure, I've been on the Riddick's.
Have you talked about Bill Cosby?
No. Not in video format. No, not in video format. No.
Why?
I don't have videos.
Why?
Because I just don't have videos.
Coward.
Okay. I take that.
You don't want to.
I take that. I take that.
You're coward.
I take. Okay. I take that.
Don't
I take that. Okay.
I take that. Don't step to me that has 1,300 of the motherfuckers. You ain't got one. Don't step to me.
So what's your goal? What's your goal here then? What's your goal? What's your ultimate goal? That's what I want to know. What is your ultimate goal?
Okay. I mean, I could have all my subs tell you what my goal is.
Okay, tell me.
My goal. Tell you why?
Yeah,
why should I tell you?
I asked.
No, that don't mean shit.
Okay, then you don't have to answer my question. I asked a question. You don't have to answer it.
I don't mean shit. What's your goal?
My goal again. like I said, I told you already. I want to uphold justice. I want to empower Black society as a whole, and bring down systematic white supremacy. That's my goal.
That's your goal. And how do you go about doing that?
Because by reconditioning the minds of Black people.
How you do that?
It starts with us.
How you do that? How do you do that? How do you effectively do that? According to what you're doing, what are you doing to do that?
I start by asking questions. That's how it starts.
No.
No.
How are you doing it?
Yeah. It starts by asking questions. It starts by asking questions.
You come on somebody else's platforms and ask questions.
I ask questions. That's right. I ask questions. I go to school, ask questions. That's somebody else's platform too. School is somebody else's platform, and I go there, I ask questions.
You look at my videos. What do you think I'm doing?
Well, yeah, you educating people. Yeah, I'm not saying you didn't.
So why you ask me the question if you already know?
Because just like I go to school where they educate people, I still ask questions. You understand that? All problems are solved by first asking a question.
Yeah, you also have to ask the right questions, which you're not doing. You already know.
Yeah, and the right questions are subjective from one person to the next.
No. There's also
yes.
No, it's not. Nope. Nope. If I'm drowning, I'll ask what the weather is. I ask who's going to save me. There's a right question. There's a wrong question. Now, I'm gonna answer your goddamn question. I've said it many times. I'm here to I'm here to change Black people's worldview because it's too goddamn narrow. Black people exist in a fucking bubble, and the world is a lot bigger. And a lot of the answers are outside of the Black community, because you have a big ass wide world that Black people do not understand or never even thought about. People like you. That you think that the Black community can be fixed inside it. No, it's bigger than that. There's a structure to white supremacy that you throw around. There's a structure to it. You haven't even bothered to figure out what the structure was, how it came about, how it's built, what runs it, what does it run on, and is there a beginning date? Is there a termination date? You haven't even thought about that. Why? Because you're running your mouth. Even though I'm explaining to you in verbatim how it's done, why it's done, and what the structure is, and basically they're basically giving you the game. The thing is, if you don't understand the structure, you don't understand what they're telling you. I've given you the game. I've given you the game over the past 4 years. If you've heard me, you already know what's going on now. You should have already seen this. Oh, ban this clown. Maybe, Lindy. Maybe you already seen this. The thing is, that's what makes me frustrated. You've been around me, man, for at least 2 years. And we've been going back and forth at least 2 years. You've been listening to me for 2 years. But the thing is, you're like a dry stone, man. Throw it in water. The water doesn't seep in. You're not getting it. Same questions. You've been asking the same question for 2 years. So you've been sitting in class, but you haven't been absorbing the material.
Because I want to know what the tactics are. What are the tactics? I'm tired of.
Well, you haven't.
I can jump on something if you give me some plan of attack. Plan of attack.
I don't care whether you jump on it or not.
I want to know what the tactics. We're in the black manosphere, black men talking.
You don't know the tactics because you ain't been listening. You keep running your mouth. And basically, I'm not in a Ivy League school where you're paying $50,000 a year to come talk to me. This is free. You get what I give you. If you can't figure it out, and I've been basically doing it almost like at a kindergarten level. You can't figure it out, man. Basically, hey, shame on you. Go back and look at the videos again. I just gave you game on the last 2 videos. Ain't even looked at them. In fact, if you wonder what I'm saying about white supremacy, in fact, you should bounce off here, go look at my last video with Macron. Because I basically spelled it all out. He summarized everything I've been saying for the last 5 years. She shouldn't even ask me questions. Go look at that video. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna bring everybody else on.
BGS. Here's the issue with young Knight.
Mm-hmm.
Knight want to be relevant.
Okay.
A lot of niggas want to be relevant, but y'all don't have nothing, or no common sense. The biggest humility, I'll tell y'all a humble thing. A humble thing.
You broke up. You broke up. Say it again.
I'm sorry. I've been working on it for years. Co-founder, older gentleman, just like BGS. Hey, we need to pivot. I said, man, I don't know if I want to do that, man. I've been working on it. He looked at me and you're driving this whole project with 80% of your ego.
Mm-hmm.
That one fucked me hard because I thought I had my right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting back, took a week off, and I'm driving down the road, and the voice just hits in my head like, you know, you're right.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
plenty of those.
The biggest thing is you guys want you want to be relevant as opposed to making the plan relevant. Of going after what's right. See, I'm gonna tell you the one that BGS tipped off about a month ago about the African Business Expo that's going on in Dallas. I think this week or next week.
I think
ain't nobody.
It might be this week.
I think it's this week.
Yeah.
Talking about coming to America, getting an investment.
Mm-hmm.
They crying out for your money. They crying out for your help.
Yeah.
This is a very short-term window. I'm talking about maybe 2-3 years before they actually start getting these big boys to go, okay, let's go invest in Africa.
Well, basically, the big boys are already doing it. Japan just pledged $20 billion. To
no,
Africa.
I'm talking about in terms of big boys, in terms about medium scale, just a multi-millionaire. When them guys start the peep game going, I forgot the guy. There's a guy named that worked with McDonald's, and he made the styrofoam plates for to hold the Big Macs.
Mm-hmm.
So that joker made 5 cents for every one that he sold. But guess what? The Big Mac sold billions. So his family's worth, I think, almost like $500 million. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's money, man. Little things like that, something that costs 5 cents to make.
You know, I was just on a. I throw out a lot of stuff. I was just on at a panel. I was just doing a show yesterday, right, off in real life, and my co-host, she was a real estate. You know, she's actually a real estate broker. She's worth, good grief, she's got to be worth at least like $5 million, and we're talking about real estate. We're actually talking about how real estate not just local, but it's also global. And I said because of Airbnb and Travelocity, places like that. Say you have a condo in Nigeria or a condo in Kenya or even a condo in like a condo in like South Africa. You don't have to live there, right? You can actually invest in real estate and basically Airbnb out your real estate to people on vacation.
You sure can.
And that's, so in other words, that's a way to get actually take what you know as far as real estate locally. Like she does houses, she flips houses locally. But the thing is, you can do the same thing, invest in real estate in a different way globally because you're all connected.
Yep.
So now you can get clients.
I'll tell you an idea, BGS.
Yes, sir.
So they had just had what's my man with the Africa diaspora videos? My man, the Advice Show.
Dinus.
Yeah, so the Vine Show just posted a video about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, talking about how a family went to Africa and they were talking about the issues that they have. They got black businesses over there that make shoes. So for all you niggas that wanted to start a clothing line, just take your investment and go over there and fund those guys.
Yeah.
People, but like you said, people too small-minded to see. You want your shit seen in America because you want the glory.
Yeah.
You don't really want to make no money.
Yeah.
That's what you really don't want to do.
I remember
and that's what this comes down to is it's business, man. Let's make some money. Let's make an impact in a place where the future, where 10 years from now, where you've already bought up a lot of these shoemakers in Africa, got these guys to come in and make your product for you.
Yeah.
As they grow, you grow, and then your brand is over there solidified in 10 years. 10 years is nothing. I was just fucking 27 yesterday.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because basically, if you think about it, what differentiates, say, like a Chinese shoe and say like an Italian shoe or a British made shoe? What's the difference between a $50 shoe and $100 and a $1,000 shoe? It's handmade, right? And a lot of the machines are old that they still use, but things that they can be sold to someplace like Africa where you have plenty of leather, plenty of resources, and plenty of handmade labor, right? So basically, they can handmade that stuff for you. So basically, what would have cost, would have cost, it's cost like $50 in Africa, right? Gets over
Yep.
here, $500 shoe because it's actually handmade.
Yep. And here's the issue. So now you don't have to walk around talking about white supremacy. We got to change shit. How about you go change the shit that's for the future in the place where the future gonna be at? So you can go, as my business grows over there, I can go with these people. I can help these people get educated, and the children go off and do better. Right?
Yeah,
That's the shit that I'm talking about. Wanting to do business, hopefully coming up soon in one day. Right? And I will hope brother to peep that game. That I didn't know this shit 2 years ago. I don't follow BJS for 2 years. But I've been soaking this shit up, and then finally, when you start seeing how the world is operating, how they just gave up on South America and turned everybody went towards Africa, that's telling you something.
Yeah.
You got goof nuts. You got goof nuts over there talking about, well, the military doesn't have these type of weapons yet. And if you put billions of dollars behind something, that means you believe in it. That's why your pastor keep asking your ass to fucking donate at church to see if you really believe in the shit.
And I was telling one of my subs, he was asking me about the thing that's going on right now with the Saudis, right, in the oil fields, right, and how it's caused gasoline to spike or oil to spike, right. And I said one thing to him, and said he didn't get it the first time. I'll say it here, but I want to give you the other part. It's called shale oil and the price of it. Who makes shale oil, and what price does it need to be profitable? Add those two things together.
Yep.
Don't say it on air, but add them together, and basically that could be. I'm not saying that is, but that could be a reason. What's going on there?
I believe the reason why I believe it is because I used to work in the oil field out here in West Texas.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about.
When they find it, they found it. It's not they do not play around with that bullshit. I'm talking about they will move heaven and earth. Watch what I say when y'all start seeing all this shit start popping up.
Oh yeah.
And you can influence that by being over there and going ahead and telling those people, hey, you see what they doing? Why don't y'all ask for this when they want to come in on this land? Oh, well, we didn't think about that. Well, that's what you're here for. You're a first world creature in a third world country, and you can help them develop a first world country.
Yeah.
And hopefully, you all will want to live in it.
Yeah.
That's the goodness part that black people want to have, but they don't want to do the fucking work, which is taking time and being in a hot place and being in places that you don't like and are uncomfortable. So that young brothers, even though Knight is a young brother, I still want him to have his dream, but just not in this country, maybe in another country.
Well, he's gonna have to get in where he fits in.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm. True.
Yeah,
Well, Jen, I appreciate you letting me get back on here, man. I was getting frustrated with the guy. He wants to be, man. If you want to be relevant, you got to take the biggest apple pie, and you have to just submit to somebody and hold. And like I do with BGS, like I said before, I submit to BGS, but I don't trust them.
You don't trust me because you admitted you actually thought I was full of shit.
I thought you full of shit until I started researching it myself. That's all I tell anybody. Submit to somebody that you admire, but don't trust them, which is the 40 laws of power. You don't trust nobody anyways, right? And then you just go back and look. Ronald Reagan said, "Trust but verify." I verify the fuck out of what BJ said. That shit is dry at times. Most shit that goes.
I would say 90% of my subs when they first hear me say I'm full of shit. 90%.
That's all it is, man. You on point. The biggest humble pie is being quiet and listen to what this guy say, and just at least imagining that he might be right. You ain't even got to believe he's right. Just imagine that he might be right, and then see where it takes you.
All you got to do is go look it up.
Yeah.
When I say just go look it up. By the time I tell you, it's already old. I'll give you a point about Brexit. Okay, in my opinion, and I might be wrong. The crown was behind it. The crown, what told me the crown was behind it is number two. Very few things actually like this big is going to come up without the crown's approval. Okay, so evidently there's a reason that they wanted Brexit to go down. Okay, the second thing is Meghan Markle. Okay, why do you need all of a sudden you to my knowledge there's only been like 2 black princesses in all of British history. Okay, and now you all of a sudden you pop up with this one, and one that's already been married, which normally is a no-no. Am I right, Jesse? Normally, if you've been married before, you don't normally marry into the royal family. You almost have to be a virgin, almost, right?
Yep, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I thought they selected.
There are 2 more.
Huh?
There are 2 more.
There's 2 more. What?
You said there's 2 more black.
No, I think there was one more. What was the name? Princess
Nicole.
Huh?
I think it was Nicole. Princess Nicole.
Okay. I mean, that's been 100 years,
Okay.
a couple 100 years. Yeah.
Well,
It
may I interject on this one?
Go ahead.
The reason why Meghan Markle was an option was because they had met, and I can't remember what island they met on.
Mm-hmm.
Someplace that one of them small can't afford
Mm-hmm.
and don't know about unless you watch Rich or Famous kind of thing. They met there.
Mm-hmm.
She was supposed to meet an Arab royal family member. He flew her out, but for some reason something happened, and she was stuck, and she happened to run across him, and him in his youthful wilds. I mean, even though I can't really stand her in her opinion, I still say she's sexy as hell. And I don't blame the boy. But then somewhere along the line, they met again. And that was, I believe, right when there was a little scandal in the English newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
I have a friend in England that was telling me about, something about Meghan Markle. And I was like, oh, this was right after Meghan Markle said her stupid stuff. And I was just like, I'm out.
He might have sex with her, but he wouldn't marry her.
Right. But the thing is, I don't think they had sex until like the 3rd time they met.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying. She's already been married once.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's a no in the royal family. Period.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. No. You couldn't be married unless, on a rare occasion, you were a queen that your husband died in battle.
So is she
lost the kingdom? But
so is she a queen? Was she a queen whose husband died in battle?
No, and I'm just going off the royal moniker, like you said.
So why is a black woman who's been married before able to marry a prince in the royal family?
I think it's just no. I really think this is some sort of connection to Princess Diana.
Nope.
And the only reason. Listen. These are Princess Diana's daughters. The Queen loved Princess Diana, and she wasn't happy about the way her son was doing because he was publicly having an affair on his wife. Remember, the prince. Her son was having an affair on Princess Diana publicly.
She didn't like.
And I'm thinking.
Didn't like her
because the way she died.
Hey man, let me ask you a question.
Well, the queen still has standards, BGS. I'm thinking.
Let me ask you a question.
Maybe because she held and did what she was supposed to do with her dirty.
Hold on a second.
Remember, Princess Diana wasn't a princess.
Hold on, LaShawn.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Let's say you have a kingdom and it ain't nothing but black folks, and you prejudice against white people. Against white people, right?
Yep.
You telling me that you will let a white girl marry your son and become queen possibly one day, all because of some other bitch? You will break all your rules because of some issue that happened with your other son?
Here's the problem. If I got a prejudice against white people, I'm pretty sure I got white people working for me. It's like white people had us working for them, and they had a prejudice against us here in this country.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, if the master can give slaves to his bedmate, I guess it's possible.
But to marry
I
her,
really never.
Marry her and bring her into an
Here's the
inheritance.
problem. You're asking me an impossible dream and an impossible imagination because
Let's swap.
you
Let's
ask
swap.
any black man, you got this power, what would you do with it?
well,
He doesn't do it because,
in other words, you don't know the answer. I'm getting ready to give you the answer.
yeah.
The long answer is
Go
no.
ahead, BGS.
I'm getting ready to give you the answer. Okay.
Go ahead, BGS, because that was a good question. It was.
In other words, the reason that they're doing it is because of what they're going through right now. Brexit is the reason that they had to have a princess, because what do they need? If they're going to detach from the European Union, they need to attach to somebody else. Britain is the UK is not big enough that to float out in this global infrastructure by itself. They had to be attached to somebody. Who they need to be attached to? Their old Commonwealth, right? What color is most of what color is most of the Commonwealth?
Pale white.
No, it's not.
Brown.
It ain't.
They're brown. The vast majority of the Commonwealth are African or Indian. They're brown.
BGS. How many colonies does England still have?
They have 50. You guys should go look it up. There's 50 Commonwealths.
Okay. You said 50. That makes sense now. Like, I'm thinking small scale. I thought they were like they did Hong Kong or something.
You can jump anytime if you want to, Jesse.
No, and any time they've got not any time. Excuse me. In the next 3 years, they're finna do him and Markle are finna live in Africa for the next, I think, 2 to 3 years. I think they're doing some kind of campaign that they're moving down there.
Guess who? The Prince and Meghan Markle. Guess what they're in charge of?
What is that?
And then
Education.
in charge of overseeing what? Of overseeing the coordination of what? The Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why she had all the symbols of the Commonwealth sewed into her dress during her wedding.
Makes sense.
BGS, can I ask you a quick question on the royalty line?
Okay. Jesse's a UK subject. He can tell you.
Okay.
Jesse in the hood.
Even with 20
All right, fellas, I'm out. Peace.
What I'm asking is, could reason why Meghan Markle might have passed the test, might have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is just a theory. Is that one is the favorite grandson and probably the next king of England, and he, instead of doing like his father did, he was open about who he loved and everything else. He didn't get married and then have a side chick kind of thing. And could it be something like that? Because the queen is old and her son is older. Is it possible that it's it?
No.
Okay,
No, it's not. It's not possible. Because just to tell you, nothing about Meghan Markle makes sense on a normal world basis. Nothing about her makes sense. Her color, her being married before, her not being a virgin, all that. Nothing. Or she might have royal blood, but the thing is, she doesn't have a title. Nothing about Meghan Markle makes sense.
I understand that part, but the thing is, the Queen of England is really close. I'm glad she's living, and I love every time I see her out in public. But it's just she didn't give up the crown or any indication that the son she had naturally is the heir to the throne.
Basically,
and that's the only thing that's kind of got me a little iffy to why Meghan Markle would get in there.
Basically, he's not. Basically, I think is it Prince Harry? I think it's Prince Harry. Prince Harry's not the first one in line to the throne. Older brother.
No. But if I remember correctly, the Queen could declare anybody of royal blood to take the next heir.
No.
Okay.
That way. That's
why I'm asking, because
there's a very clear-cut line of ascension that's been around in England going back 1,000 years. There's a clear-cut rules for this. Okay. There's clear-cut rules for this, and basically, I'm not saying that the reason that she couldn't be in line for a queen, not first in line for a queen, is because she was married, because she's not a virgin, because she doesn't have.
No, I'm talking about Prince Harry being king. That's what I'm saying. He can get the heir to the kingdom after she passed, and then she just automatically becomes the queen of the king, kind of thing. That's what I was thinking.
Because the guy next in line is not going to want it. He's going to pass it to his son. It's already agreed.
Right, but the next guy in line is Prince Charles, right?
It's Prince Charles, but he's actually going to do what? He's going to pass it to his son because he's old.
Right, but wouldn't his next son be the guy they let?
No. Basically,
marry?
The oldest son. This goes back. The oldest son is next one in line.
Wait. He ain't the oldest.
The one married American Marco. He's not.
Okay. I forgot his brother's name. I know he got a brother, but I thought he was like the oldest or something because they keep putting him out in the limelight. The other one's bald headed and kind of look like your daddy. So
ask him. You got a UK citizen right there. Ask him.
His name's
ask him. This is a public forum. I'm just asking because
ask him.
I don't know. She know a little bit more. I am.
It's Prince William.
Let me get his name. Jesse. I apologize.
Jesse. That's all right.
But it was an open question. It's just BS know more about it than me, and you know more about it than me.
No, I don't know more.
Just asking an open question. So
I don't know more about it than Jesse.
That's what I was wondering.
Jesse knows more about it than me. He lives there.
Yeah, I live in London.
I wasn't picking on anybody. I was just asking an open question.
All right.
And
all right.
I just thought Jesse was just listening, absorbing it, and then he's going to come out with the answers after I got finished.
In my opinion, that Meghan Markle could not have married William because of the things. Because William will be king one day when she does decide to lay down the crown. It's already agreed upon. But the thing is, Meghan Markle can actually marry the next brother because he is not in line to be king. So it's safer. So basically, she's there for most times you get married for a reason. It's not for love. It's actually for an agenda.
It's a contract.
It's a contract. Yeah. Even Meghan Markle knows it's a contract.
This question is for you. Why is the oldest son not in the public eye like the youngest son is? Because it seems like the monarchy in England itself is always showing the younger son, but they rarely show the older son. So is there some reason for that?
There's not a reason. The thing is the thing you got to understand is Prince William, he has a lot of obligations. He's the prime minister. I think he's the prime minister or the president of the Football Association, right? So he's pretty much he pretty much runs the Football FA, right? Like the Football Association. For example, in your country, in America, that would be called the Soccer Association, right? Mm-hmm. So in England, we got the Football Association because we call soccer in England football. Yeah. So he's got that going on. I think he's also part of the Macmillan Foundation, and also he's got his royal duties. So that's why you don't really see him around that much. Prince Harry, he's more of the so-called party guy. Mm-hmm. You will see him sometimes you'll see him do little missions like for the army and whatnot. I don't know if he's still serving or whatnot. And obviously,
I've seen that.
You'll see some duties with the Duchess of Sussex, right, which is Meghan Markle. That's why you don't see them. That's why you see the younger one more, because the roles that the younger one has is more media, let's say more media-like compared to, let's say, Prince William, where Prince William would be working in the FA, the head of football, the Macmillan Trust, things of that nature. And so you won't see him on television, you won't see him on the line like that because he has such big, let's say, obligations compared to, let's say, Prince William and Prince Harry. That's why you don't really see him promoted like that.
Now, may I ask you, is the older brother married?
Yes, I think he is married.
Okay, I thought I saw a story on him being married, but it was just a quick in and out, like 2 days maximum.
No.
It was like a 2-day maximum coverage. But the other brother, man, they did a whole gala and stuff. They're like, well, she's getting married. And they did like a month before it was like big hype and everything. But the other brother, it was just like kind of like a 2-day he got married story.
I think that's
And I read it in the newspaper, and then it just disappeared. That's what I was asking.
Okay, that's the last question. Now, go ahead and answer it, Jesse.
Like the reason why you're seeing that is because it's the American perspective. Let me explain. Right, Kate Middleton and Prince William, which Prince William is married to Kate Middleton, right? It's not much of a big deal, right? Because it's two white people, right? Two white people from England, right? Meghan Markle, on the other hand, is a former actress that was based in America. She's also, well, they call her black. I don't really see her as black in my opinion. And basically married to Prince Harry, right? And Harry has connections in America. So there is going to be a more media presence towards that royal wedding than compared to, let's say, Prince William and Kate Middleton. Because Kate Middleton didn't actually have a media presence. She was just this common girl who was brought up in private education. You understand? But the thing with Meghan Markle, she's a celebrity and she was well known in American media. So that's why they'll give that more coverage. And obviously she's also of another race. So they'll give that more coverage compared to the royal wedding with Prince William and Kate Middleton. You understand? That's why. It's not really any reason. It's just because of how the Americans basically promoted that to people in media. That's all it really is.
Yeah. All right. What is the? Oh, I want to show you guys this. This is something I want to show you guys. Somebody just sent me this. This is coming. So all you construction guys, people in construction, get ready because it's coming, and this is it's happening in Texas first. 3D printed houses come to Texas Village for the homeless. This is going to come. Okay. This is the answer to the homeless problem. Okay. This is the answer to the homeless problem. Also, put it in places where there's plenty of land. So all the people in California that are on welfare or something like that, this is probably where they're going to have to go. Okay. So this is coming. So we've been talking about 3D printed houses for the last 3 years, and now they're a thing, and they're actually going to come. And once it starts coming for the homeless, guess what's going to happen? They're going to gear up. So beware. Word to the wise. And plus, we're only going to be here for another hour or so, and we're going to close it down because we've already been on 3. So if you want to get on and ask a question, jump in. Silent,
brother,
go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to. And by the way, this is Keith Lamont, brother.
So what?
This is Keith Lamont, by the way.
Hey Keith, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? I just wanted to, because we were chopping it up about a half hour back. I just wanted to clarify and just kind of and then I'll ask and just kind of sit back. But my argument has never been negotiating to get them back to the table. You know, my argument has always been that it's over. That they may want to come back once the environment change, but black men shouldn't accept them back because it's not. You know what I mean? Like we've seen their face already when they had absolute freedom to do what they want. We see exactly who they are. So it's more like a dude who's a murderer, right? Gaining his way to get into your house, get into the old lady's house with smiles, just so he can rob her once he gets in there. You feel me? So my argument is it's not smart that, you know, they went out there, did everything they wanted to do, and now that they got kicked in the ass, now they want to come back. That's not a good reason to accept them back. I'm
not saying it is. My thing was always, what are you going to do? I said they're going to come back because a lot of guys, you've heard it. A lot of guys are crying for them to come back to the table, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. So I'm saying is I said it to Obsidian. You know,
be careful what you ask for.
Be careful what you ask for. And when I said once they come back to the table, what are you going to say?
And that's actually been, you know, my argument with him, you know, because I told him before he has a lot more, you know, he's a lot more positive about it. I said, it's over, man. That's always been my argument. Like, bro, you seen that the dog will bite you if given a chance. So why would you let that shit back in the house, man?
Well, he let him back in the house, did he not?
Oh yeah, and that's always been my, that's been my kind of, I agree with a lot, but I disagree with a lot. You know what I mean? But that's just kind of been,
because I asked him because he said he wanted to let him back into the table until he has total surrender. But I don't think we even got total surrender. That's my problem with what's going on, right? Because all the guys have been screaming and hollering and basically championing and basically thumping their chest about black women and black female fuckery. They got that blow job, and all of a sudden, that's all they needed.
They didn't even get a blow job. Come on, man.
Got a hand job, huh, Albert?
But in all fairness, me and Obsidian are two different age brackets. So
I understand.
Yeah. I'm still traveling and doing my thing and still have those options. Mm-hmm. So, once brothers, like I was saying in the chat, basically black women had the globetrotter advantage on black men. Mm-hmm. And they fucked up the biggest lead in history. Now that black men have been able to travel, deal with different women, they're like, fuck, it's actually nicer over here. Mm-hmm. So they've been able to explore the world. That was the worst thing that happened to black women, I think. Before they pretty much had a monopoly on black male sexuality.
Black women are going to have to compete, which is something I've been telling them for 4 years. You're going to have to compete because the numbers aren't in your favor. Huh?
My argument is they can't compete.
They basically there's no such thing as can't. Okay, when you I remember this is a while back, right? And basically I think it was the NBA Finals. And basically I think the Lakers were playing somebody. It might have been the Celtics. It might have been somebody. And basically they were asking, what are you doing when you're behind 3-1? He said basically you got to win anyway. So you're 3-1 in a series. You're down 20 points at halftime. What are you going to do? You got to win anyway. You got to compete. You don't have no choice. You got to compete. Whether you can or you can't, you got to compete. If you don't compete, you're gonna lose. I've been telling that to black women for the last 4 years. Basically, the numbers aren't in your favor. The competition is gonna get fierce. When the economics actually come, they should have actually started 5 years ago when the economics are actually decent. Now the economics actually gonna are down, and you have to come back. Basically, now basically you have to come on your knees before you can actually cut a deal. You can't even cut a deal now. You got to compete. And what's going on now? They're trying to, what I don't like is guys that actually coming out saying, telling you that it's not about black women. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
That's what I was going on my rant about. I was saying I'm not saying that you guys can't do what you want to do. Okay, if you guys want to go back, make the community better, fine. If you want to go back and deal with the black women, fine. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. What I was saying to the other guy saying, black men aren't stupid.
Yeah.
Basically, you want them to go do something, but you want to lie to them, like not telling the truth. That it's not about black women. Well, basically, it's not about black women. It's all about black men. You can't shame these men into going back or doing something that you want them to do. Mm-hmm. They're not stupid. Okay, they're not crazy. They grew up in the black community. They know what kind of women they have to deal with. You're not fooling anybody. Okay, they know what they have to deal with. Now, if they want to go back and they want to sacrifice themselves, I'm not saying that they shouldn't. But I'm not saying that they should either. You can't shame people and going back doing something in a mission that's probably not going to work. If the black women are not going to cooperate, there's no sense in going back.
That's why I say they got the worst sales pitch ever.
Yeah,
their sales pitch is fucking horrible.
I'm telling you, if you want black men to actually come back, your sales pitch has to get better.
Because their sales pitch is basically just do it because.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I was saying. And they were saying, well, they're cowards. They're cowards and they're pussies for going overseas.
Well, of course they're gonna say that. I mean,
I said, so the fuck what? So what?
You got another.
So what? It's their money. If they want to be happy the way they want to be happy, so what?
Nah, fuck that, BGS. That's not cowardly. That's just being fucking smart, man.
I don't care if it is cowardly. So what?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, so what? What do you call them anything that you want? So what? If it makes a dude happy to go to Brazil twice a year, get his rocks off, get his mind right, and come back, good on him.
And my argument has been the market just speaks. The way you do it is just be the better option.
Yes, I said that.
Yeah,
But they know Black American women for the most part. I'm not saying all. You know, there's some people, some out there that are a better option, but for the most part, aren't a better option. You sell like it's. I remember, that's why I love margin call, right? Because he said it. So you're asking us to actually go out and actually sell something that you know has no value.
Right. You got Wendy's. Wendy's burger got the lettuce, the tomato, the pickles, the onions, the sauce on it. They charge $3, but you want me to go over to McDonald's, who just gives you a patty with no shit on it, and then charge me $5 now.
Right.
The hardest part about that is, the real hard part about that is, they're giving us that, but we got to do a 7-course meal with dessert,
right,
expensive wine, and a side, and yet somehow we still shortchanging while we jumping, doing loop-de-loops.
They ask you to wash the dishes.
Genghis Khan and Godzilla, and yet you know what? Oh, you know what? Tonight I have cramps. What?
Yes, sir.
I had a quick question.
I'll
fall back now.
To go back to the 3D printing houses that you were talking about, I live in Massachusetts now, and it's over the years it's been getting really crowded, like in the Emerald City, like close to Boston and stuff. What's your view on the future of like housing and like? Do you think like people will eventually spread out when this takes hold?
Okay. For Emerald Cities, it's going to be expensive. Number one. Number two, the biggest problem with density, especially in a metropolitan city, but maybe not as much as Boston, but the thing is traffic. And they can actually make cities denser, like Los Angeles, maybe even Boston, denser if they have self-driving vehicles. But what's really going to have to happen, and it's going to take the United States government to actually do it, is spread out the industry. In other words, there's no reason that everybody has to be piled up in Boston or New York or DC or Los Angeles, especially if you're going to do something digitally. You can actually put these things anywhere. So instead of, if you have all of the middle of America basically empty, why try to put all these industries in a few large cities? That makes no sense. Spread it out. And basically, if you can spend $2 or $3 trillion to make all these industries come back into the United States, you can spend $1 trillion to make these people spread out. So in other words, there's no reason that a 3-bedroom house can cost $700,000 in Los Angeles and cost $20,000 in the middle of like Kansas. Okay, in a city in Kansas. The only reason is proximity to employment. That's the only difference. So the thing is, it takes a government to actually do that. Okay, some place like Germany or Great Britain or somebody else like that has more control over their government, control over the industry, would have actually had that done. United States does. It's silly. There's no way. There's no reason you have 60,000 homeless on a street. Okay. You have the ability to actually make 3D printed houses, hook them up to whatever sanitation you need to hook them up to water, solar cells, or put them out someplace, and actually have, it's better to have them in like 600 square foot houses that's 3D printed. It costs like 10 grand. And if you actually does it, scale, if you actually scale it up, it can be even cheaper, like $6,000 or $7,000 for a 3D printed house. Finish it yourself, you have a home. Better than a tent under a freeway. And then if they're on welfare, basically if people are on welfare or something like that, they're going to be on welfare assistance. Get them out of the cities, put them someplace, give them their own little village, 3D printed house, a decent education, and get them out of cities. Relieve the overcrowding of the cities. There's no sense in having people living under a bridge. It makes no sense. Makes no sense. Get them out of the city. Put them someplace where there's plenty of room. Give them their own house, uh, 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 where there's running water and all kinds of amenities that you need, whether it's Detroit, whether it's Flint, Michigan, whether it's Kansas City, Kansas, which is basically emptied out. There's a whole lot of towns that are just dying that already have electricity, running water, and sanitation. Build the houses there, bring them there, bring the money there, bring the if you need for a call center open up, put the call center there. You can do it. The thing is, do you want to?
They're too greedy. Some of them.
It's silly. You're gonna have basically if say the homeless or poor people actually get tired of shit, start burning shit down, it's gonna cost you trillions of dollars.
Right.
Spend it now. It makes no sense. And one thing I say about Europeans, man, France and the UK,
they learned.
They learn. You wouldn't have like 100,000 people in London sleeping under a bridge, man. It wouldn't happen. It makes no sense.
It's the corporation. The corporations is a human being. They got more rights.
Well, so you have 300 million
human being that's living.
You have 300
corporations.
Are we all corporate? Are we all corporate?
Nope.
Yeah.
How can we don't demand this shit?
We are corporate.
Okay.
We got Donald Trump in office. Is he not corporate? Is he not still being corporate while he's president?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't mind him being corporate because for some reason, we have teetered and teetered. We should have just fell off the cliff by now. Off of all the stuff we're doing. We're fighting so many wars and so many lands that we didn't even declare war on. We got soldiers there though, and we're bombing and we're doing all this extra stuff. And the crazy thing is that right now, pro-white wish they were pro-black. Because the pro-blacks knew they always gonna be pro-black. The pro-whites ain't never thought they're gonna be that damn poor. Pro-black.
Okay.
And the truth is,
mm-hmm.
Democrats, you thinking they screwing the black woman vote over? What about the white people?
So what?
No, listen to me. Now, technically, by all the polls and everything, black people been 90%, men and women.
Okay.
Women and men.
All right.
What about the white people?
So what?
So what? No, you got to realize something. Even with all of us as black people, every damn black person, even if they came from Ethiopia, South Africa, whatever, every damn body they consider black wouldn't have got Obama in the damn office.
Okay, yeah, no, we know that.
Okay, listen to me this.
Okay, you have to get to your point.
Obama got better white. I mean, Obama got more white votes than most white presidents got white votes.
Yeah, okay, so there's a reason for them electing.
Now listen. Now listen.
No, make your point. Make your point. Make your point.
My point is, you got to realize there's pro-white, there's whites that were in middle class, and there's blacks that believe they were in middle class.
Okay.
And you're all about to be broke as hell.
Yeah. Okay.
Because your job's about to be replaced, or they're going to go ahead and optionize out to all these countries. They got people with educations a hell of a lot better than you. You go on to an online college or another college, and we got all this college debt right now.
Okay, basically Trump is killing all the outsourcing. He's bringing all this stuff back into the country. He's killing all that. He's killing that right now.
I'm not sure the corporations want to do that though.
It doesn't matter whether they want to. He's killing all that. What do you think all the tariffs are about? He gave them $2.5 trillion in tax breaks to bring all the manufacturing and stuff back into the country. Certain things you can't bring back. Okay, certain things.
So the real question is, BS.
Mm-hmm.
Should we vote him in for another 4 years, or should we vote him out, and so all of it can be destroyed?
I think I
Isn't
think
that the real question?
the thing is the real question the real answer is it doesn't really matter who's in office. The
Mm-hmm.
person that really should have been in office is probably Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders probably would have done exactly the same thing, which is bring all the kill all the outsourcing from other countries and actually bring it back into the country. Bernie Sanders, even though he's a socialist, probably would have done the same thing. Basically, that's the reason about Brexit. They want to bring more industry back into the UK, and actually, we know, according to the labor, they actually want to push out all the immigrants, and so they can have jobs for their own people. So
Mm-hmm.
this is called nationalism. But the thing is that at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. There's only so many pieces on the board, so it doesn't matter who's the president. So even though Trump started to be one way, he has to be another because even a president has to follow the pieces on the board. Some things you can do, some things you can't do.
Only thing I miss is after World War II. Now
Mm-hmm.
while we were in World War II, we were a nation that supplied everything, and the only closest thing we got attacked to was Hawaii. Now
Wait,
we made products and
hold a second.
industry.
Hold up. What you just say? The only thing we were attached to is what?
Listen, remember World War II?
Uh-huh.
We stayed out the war until we got hit in Hawaii.
Uh-huh.
Now, if Japan didn't attack us, world might be a little bit different now. Now, what I'm saying is, we were still supplying allies with military equipment and everything, but we were doing it undercover as best as we could.
Uh-huh.
Now, when we got included into it, after the World War II, who was the main supplier of all industry, materials, supplies, everything else? We were. That's how we became a superpower. Am I correct?
Because everything else was destroyed. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Actually, you're a superpower before that.
Yes, sir. But this is what we're running on: is the glory of World War II, and we didn't keep up the glory and the quality of what we did. And I think that's where we misstepped on.
I don't understand your point.
Well, after World War II, we were a global power, not in military strength.
Yeah, we were global.
Economical.
We were a global power before
factory-wise. Right.
We were global power before World War II. Remember the Spanish-American War in the Philippines?
I agree with that, BGS. I totally agree with that.
Okay.
But after World War II, there was no question. We were the diamond.
You were the only thing left
of the world.
Yeah.
You're the only thing standing. Okay.
But we're running off the glory, and all these people, they keep giving us these stories and how we gonna be back to it and everything else is running off World War II stories in the 2019 and about to be 2020. And how long ago was World War II?
Okay. Basically, I might post. I'll actually tell you the person I actually subscribe to called Caspian Reports. Right? They did a whole. They actually did a nice summary of it. I should actually repost it on my channel. But Caspian actually talked about the post World War II superpower thing, especially with Bretton Woods. And there's four things. To lead this global empire. You need four things, right? Biggest manufacturing base, largest amount of gold, biggest surplus in credits. In other words, more people owe you money. You have to have a blue water navy to actually ensure trade. All right. Okay. After World War II, Great Britain didn't have that anymore because Great Britain had done that for basically for like 100 years, right? After World War I, they didn't have that anymore. They passed that on to the United States. So the United States for the last 100 years have been doing those four things. They had the biggest manufacturing base, the biggest amount of gold, the largest balance of payments, and the biggest blue water navy. They've had that for the past 100 years, and that is the reason the United States is still in power. It has nothing to do with the glory of World War II. Absolutely nothing to do with it.
BTS.
Yes, sir.
May I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
Just
Go ahead.
a quick question. What are those 4 things we still have in 2019 going into 2020
You still
right
have
now?
still have the biggest blue water navy. That's it.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's it.
China, Russia, and India have taken over just about everything else.
Basically, the only thing you have left is the biggest blue water navy. Why do you think they keep talking about China having a blue water navy?
China built islands.
I
They
understand.
got a blue water navy.
Why
you think China's expanding their ports and stuff?
In other words, China just started building their blue water navy. Their third carrier just came off a dock. Okay, the United
I
States.
understand that.
Huh?
I understand that, but the problem is, here's the problem. The area China's taking over is the area the United States said, you know what? You good. Am I technically right? You have Vietnam, Philippines, all those islands and nations around there was us. And then all of a sudden China showed up and we ain't there.
John, stay with me for a second. Stay with me for a second. Okay. I'm going to explain this again. Okay.
I'll put myself on mute so I can listen.
No, the eminent superpower to run the global global architecture, to be the supreme superpower on the planet that actually runs the world. You need 4 things. 4 things. In fact, look, Macron actually just said this in his. Cashman said it. Macron actually highlighted in his speech. You need 4 things. You need to be the biggest manufacturing base. It means you make most of the shit that people want to buy. You need the biggest balance of gold reserves. Okay. That was United States. After World War II, they had 3/4 of balance of gold. Big manufacturing base, biggest balance of gold reserves. Right. They also had the biggest creditor. In other words, more people owe you money than you owe them. Right. The 4th one, to ensure trade. And so that and Caspian actually said so that Great Britain can send their tanker without an escort, or send whatever it's cotton or whatever they want to ship to China without an escort, is because you have America has this big ass blue water navy, and have all these aircraft carriers all over the place. So if the pirate actually shows up, wants to start some shit, and they have to cut off trade, they park that big ass carrier with 300 planes and all those gunships, and said, look, stop it. Trade's going to flow. What you going to do? That's their job. The only thing they have left is a blue water navy. You just asked me that question. Those are the 4 things.
Yes. But here's the problem with the blue navy. Here's the problem. The only thing I'm gonna put up in it, because it just happened recently.
Who has the biggest blue water navy?
It don't matter if Iran can send a drone over from wherever the hell they send it, and our blue water navy ain't keep Saudi Arabia safe, when we said don't start war, and we know you got it.
What is the blue water navy for? It's not.
We're trying to stop a Middle Eastern war, aren't we?
No, a blue water navy, the carrier is not there to stop a war. That's not what they're there for.
Does Saudi Arabia have a good navy?
Sir? No. What? In other words, if I
who is their navy then? Okay, if they don't have a good navy, who is guarding their ports? I believe it's the United States of America, because they're a biggest oil producer, aren't they?
Listen.
I'm listening.
Okay. Without that, if Jesse had a ship that he wanted to send cotton to China, right? Without the blue water navy, Jesse would have to find a military escort to make sure that his cotton got from where he produced it to where it's going to be sold in China. He had to have a ship escort, otherwise pirates were going to do what? Take his shit, right?
True.
Right? Okay. What is the reason that pirates just don't come up with all the goods and services that actually go on the ocean? Like half of all goods and services travel over the ocean, right? Over this big ass ocean. How come pirates just don't come up and start taking people's shit? Why? Why you
I
think?
argue that point. I
Huh?
can't argue that point.
It's because
I
United
cannot
States,
argue
United
that
States,
point.
United States is going to show up with, as Jesse said, with a big ass gun and threaten your ass. In other words, remember the Somalian pirates?
Yep.
And they were
Yeah, I
fine.
remember that.
The United States showed up, and they told them to cut it out. And when the BRICS said we're actually not going to value the dollar, they actually stopped going over to that area, and Somali pirates they started taking ships left and right until the United States came back in and shut that shit down. That's the reason. That's the reason you have
But
to have.
BGS,
Yes, sir.
Iran isn't Somalian pirates. That's my only kicker because Iran been in the conversation since the 80s. And you know that as much as I have. It's been in the conversation since the 80s. They're not Somalian pirates. All right? And we're dealing with people that want to light our butts up because we don't know what our government started a war that would just, you know what, we just doing peacekeeping work.
What
that's what they told us here in America, but they weren't doing peacekeeping work over there. And I'm just wondering.
You're not getting me.
That's all.
There's okay. Look, what has Iran done, really? What did they do? What have they done?
I don't know, but they've been in the they've been in the talks since the 80s. Am I lying to you, BJS? Have they not been in the talks since the 80s?
It doesn't matter. What have they done to anybody else, to other people? What have they done?
I don't know, but they spent damn near 40 years in the talks of everybody saying they're a problem.
Who have they attacked?
It does matter because the people in power that controls what the hell's going to go happen. I'm a natural citizen, just like you is. I'm working every day trying to make my bills be paid. But we are not the people we voted in, and we are not the government that decides what's going on, and the government doesn't tell us everything.
All right, LaShawn. All right, man. All right.
That's all. That's all.
Okay. Iran has never attacked anybody. Okay. They never attacked.
As far as I know, that's true.
The only time they took British ships or British flag ships is because Great Britain did what to them? Because they took
their tanker, I believe.
Their tanker, so they retaliated. But Iran has never attacked anybody. Iran doesn't go around starting stuff with people. They don't go around pirating ships. Okay. They don't they don't blow up tankers. So why would you put Iran in it? What have they done?
What I'm saying is, why is it that Iran been in the news and they've been making points about it?
It's called propaganda.
It is called propaganda. That's a long conversation. I've been through it before. It has nothing to do with Iran.
I missed that video.
It has more. Okay, let me ask you a question. What does Iran have? What's their major export?
Oh, damn. Iran being accused of so many major exports.
No,
just tell me.
Export. What do they sell mostly? What's their main way of making money?
As far as I thought it was oil. But
oil.
They done made them drug connections, everything else.
Okay. Well, basically,
so I don't.
Who is their biggest customer as far as oil is concerned?
You got me on that one.
China.
The U.S.
China. No, U.S. doesn't buy oil from Iran. Never has. China.
Mm-hmm.
1 + 1 makes 2. Okay. Who's the biggest economic rival to the U.S.?
China.
Right now. Technically China, but I think it's Russia.
What happens to China's manufacturing? They cut off the oil.
You go to Venezuela.
If whatever happens to China, if you cut off the oil from China, what happens to their manufacturing base?
More problems.
It ceases to exist.
See, here's the problem. If I remember correctly,
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. One more question, man.
Iran, Venezuela, and there's another country that provides them oil, and I can't remember what that country is.
Nigeria. Nigeria. There's a
Okay.
whole bunch of people that supplies them oil. Oman and Nigeria.
Okay. Thank you.
Brazil.
Because
Yeah, who else want to go by? Okay, okay. I can't since I can't do it. I actually spell it out for you, right? Your biggest rival. No. Your biggest rival is China. Every manufacturing base, industrial base runs on energy. You cut off the energy, guess what happens to the industrial base? It ceases to exist. How do you control an industrial country? You cut off its what? Its lifeblood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you control its lifeblood. If you control the oil, you control who?
everybody.
You control everybody. Even your biggest rivals. If you cut off their lifeblood, or you control their lifeblood, you control them. Do you get what I'm saying?
I'm just getting details. I haven't kept up.
Okay,
details.
I'm asking you now. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got absolutely. I just want clarification.
All right. Okay, we can move on. Meech, if you want to get in, now's the time to do it.
And America still has the strongest military on the planet.
For now, not that it's going to mean anything.
For
but
now. Yeah, for now. So, like you said, with our Navy, there's nothing nobody could do at this time.
Okay. I actually we've been over this many times. We're gonna go over it for you one more time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
United States didn't have the biggest military before World War II, did it?
No, they didn't.
Nope.
Okay. What did they have? They had the big manufacturing base, right?
Exactly.
So when they shifted from consumer goods to military goods, guess what happened to the United States?
Their economy raised?
No. As far as militarily.
When they shipped it?
It accelerated.
No.
And they became from like the third of actually fourth to what?
Number one.
Number
one. And how many years?
Short term.
No, how many years? From 1941 to 1945. How many years? How many years is that?
4 years.
Oh, 4 years. Yeah.
4 years.
It was one.
4 years.
It was really one.
From 1941 to 1945, what is that, LaShawn? It's 4 years, right?
4 years.
Yeah, thank you. So now 4 years. Sir, who has the biggest manufacturing base on the planet now?
China.
Really?
No, China. China.
Okay.
That's what happens when you also saw your job
as
over
far
there.
as
don't kick the chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because China
base, right? Who?
Because the U.S. sent all their.
I'm not asking.
US,
doesn't matter how they got it. Who has the big manufacturing base? Who has the big business manufacturing base?
You asking me?
Yes, you.
China now.
China now, right? So with the example I just gave you from World War II, when the United States went from like fourth to fifth to first in 4 years, because they had the biggest manufacturing base. Now, map that onto China right now.
So soon they'll be the.
Now I'm saying
the number one.
If they wanted to be, because what are they producing now? They're actually consumer goods, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happens when you actually go to war with them? What do you think is going to happen?
Oh shit!
They'll stop. Okay. I was just thinking more so weapons. But manufacturing definitely has a big role in it.
Where do weapons come
from? You can
from?
stable economies by not even going to war.
Where do weapons come from?
Where do they come from?
Yes.
The military industrial.
No. Well, who make so the military industrial complex actually makes weapons out of whole cloth?
No. I don't know.
They come from a factory.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know that, but I don't know like who is
if you can make cars, you can make what? Tanks.
bombs,
Tanks.
tanks. Okay.
So in other words, you saying that we have the biggest military, and I say, so what? You said, yeah, well now. I said, for now. So basically, yeah, how hard is it to turn your manufacturing base from consumer goods to military goods?
BGS, can I give a hypothetical?
It'll be easy. It'll be easy.
Thank you. Go ahead, Albert.
Let's say we listen to the dumbasses in the U.S. and we attack Iran. Guess who? Now you know I'm going. You know I'm going with this.
Okay.
Guess who's Iran's allied with?
Okay. Yeah.
On top of Russia.
In China.
Russia's military. China. Guess what's good? Guess what they're going to start manufacturing? And guess how many more people they have, and how fast they can manufacture it.
I've shown this before, and I'll show this again. And let me download the picture so you guys can get a real good look. Because I should show this to the Brain Trust because they asked the same damn question, right? I'm gonna show this picture again. See if it downloads. There you go.
The U.S. can't do what they used to do. Everybody done caught up.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. Okay. Okay.
What y'all forget is
I ran
all our tech out there.
It doesn't matter. Iran is part of the SCO, right? And they have a defense contract with the SCO. Okay. You see all that blue? See all that blue? That's the SCO.
Oh my!
You see all that blue?
Damn, that's part of Europe and
you see all that
all of Asia.
You see all that blue?
That's for blue that is in the flag.
Okay. All that blue is the SCO, okay? And you want to go up, you want to go here, you want to go right here in their backyard, really. And Iran is not listed because they're not an official member. Basically,
I don't blame them.
So they see that green right there? That's SCO too. You see all that?
That is messed up.
So you started. The United States wants to start a war in there, really? You're a general. What would you do?
No, I mean I'm saying they still have the equipment to go to war, but I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying that they have equipment to go to war, but it would be unwise in this day and age to go to war like that. Now America has to be more strategic about how they deal with countries, how they're going to compromise, and how they're going to do deals and things like that. Now, on the flip side,
does the United States have the wherewithal to go up against 3 billion people at war?
No.
Do you think that?
No.
No matter how many weapons they have, what's the only thing that actually get rid of 3 billion people like that?
You would have to start dropping a lot of atomic bombs, and then you would have to have a space station to basically, Star Wars basically from outer space.
So now you're a general. I'm saying it's a go or no go. Do you go?
No, I wouldn't go. I would be more strategic about how I move.
What does that mean? So what does that mean?
I would sit down at the table and try to make deals.
Really?
And then one of
the people, huh? Which Obama did, right?
This ain't sitting.
But the thing is, on the flip side, Obama is Obama, Trump. A lot of them are. This is where, like Amos Wilson said, this is where Black America comes in, because we don't always agree with American politics on them bullying countries and things of that nature.
When Black America stopped
it? I didn't hear you. What you said?
Has Black America ever stopped it? When have they ever listened to us?
They don't have to. But
I don't know what to have to. That's not the question I asked, sir.
No, they never listened.
So in other words, what Amos Wilson said about black people and white people going to war doesn't mean very much.
Okay.
The only thing
So what do you think?
white people have done is fought in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now economically, now we go to different places. We like a lot of us are traveling abroad and
Okay.
trying to do business.
Uh-huh.
Now, if we do business, America still has a lot of manufacturing companies that can help, help us do startups and things of that nature and do trade.
If they want to, yeah. Have
Yeah.
they helped you?
Yeah.
Have
they helped me?
Yeah.
That's something we're gonna have to try. If it's not tried already.
Don't you think it's been tried already?
But we still got to keep trying.
Okay. So now we know about those 2 points. What's your main point?
My main point is for us as men, black men, we have to go globally and try to do things globally. Now the world's becoming quote unquote a little bit more smaller, from people to communicate easier, and people are traveling more, people are speaking, learning second languages and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a golden opportunity for us to try to do some things before, like you said earlier, before the big boys go into so-called third world countries and things. And a lot of Africans.
How long have I been saying that, Albert?
A while.
Albert, I'm sorry. You saw the map. You saw all that blue. You saw all the countries that are involved, and that wasn't Russia and China included in that map. I'm sorry. We hit any one of them, we might got a problem, because most of those sections in that blue that wasn't like made country lines and everything, they got nuclear weapons. Either they got them from Russia and they broke apart, or whatever. And the thing is, our country has pissed off a lot of other countries.
No shit.
And we just sitting here trying to make a goddamn hot meal in a hot pocket in the microwave. We don't know what the hell is going on, because you talking about it depends on black people. Black people gonna die when they drop this shit on us, because you know what? Black people ain't even got no lead shelter to stop the radiation. Let's quit lying to ourselves, and let's quit acting like we the superheroes. We ain't superheroes. We still the same class, just not in chains, unless they put us in jail, in prison. That's the only difference.
This is what
you sitting there talking about, well, black people going to be the... No, we ain't. Nuclear radiation is nuclear radiation. It kills us just as quick as white people, Asian people, Mexicans, and every damn body else. There is no, we're going to go ahead and survive. We ain't cockroaches.
Go ahead, Wesley.
Even though we viewed as cockroaches in this society, we ain't cockroaches. We ain't gonna get past radiation.
Let him get a word in edgewise, Sean.
Okay.
All y'all.
Earlier.
All right.
Earlier, you guys brought up the UK and Meghan marrying Harry.
Yeah.
Right? It was a strategic decision, right?
Yeah.
For melanated people, for the UK to have some type of tide with that.
Yeah.
Okay. The same way they're using that to their benefit. We can use that to our benefit as well.
Okay.
As melanated people going throughout the so-called third world, or even certain parts of Asia, things like that.
Yeah.
And we could be, at least try to build things up manufacturally. To at least kickstart something.
So when you gonna start?
People.
When you gonna start? When you gonna start?
Well, I've been on the live chat before. I already started already, but I plan to go back into Africa again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when we're saying this, with your last stay, how long you stay?
6 months.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're the one from Switzerland, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I moved to Switzerland.
You moved to Switzerland. Basically, like I said, you have to have boots on the ground because things are going to accelerate because basically everybody sees the right handwriting on the wall.
Exactly.
And instead of trying to dominate, why you think the World Economic Forum has been in South Africa twice, and the last time more money starting to flow in because now it's open. World Economic Forum told you it's open for business.
Exactly.
And now the investors and now the European, what Macron said about France, basically they're saying is that it's time to abandon ship. Got to change policy because the SS European Titanic is sinking. So you're gonna have to but it's time to man the lifeboats because the game's up. And France, I've said a long time, France was the linchpin. That
they always have been.
Yeah, basically, I said, and Jesse remembers because we talked about this a couple of years ago when Brexit first happened. Basically, the EU sits on a three-legged stool. Basically, Germany, the UK, and France. Okay, and France because they're so tied to economically tied to the African colonies. Since China's in there trying to get Europe off the tit, that France is vulnerable. Okay, you fought 2 wars trying to keep the Africans on France's tit. Now that's no longer possible. Basically, UK and basically one of their MPs actually said it. Right, he's the only one out of everybody that actually told the doggone truth. Okay? And actually played it in a clip. He said, they said that they thought, and I'm thinking when they say I'm thinking that the higher ups, including the Queen and the royal folks, actually thought it's better to be outside the European Union while the European Union is going through its turmoil. And in other words, they don't think it's going to survive. Okay. And basically, in my opinion, and Jesse lives there, and Jesse's one of the few people that can say I'm wrong because he actually lives there. I actually listened to him, but he lives there. I might disagree, but he lives there. In my opinion, they've been stalling because they thought that the collapse is imminent. So they have this Brexit card on the table as an escape hatch. In other words, in case if the EU is getting ready to fall,
Plan B,
get the fuck out. All right, boom, it's already on the table. We're gonna, in 3 months we're out of the EU and we're on our own because the EU's not gonna survive. But the thing is, the EU has survived a lot longer than they expected. So the banks didn't pull them down. So now instead of because basically. The UK could have been out of Brexit within less than a year if they really wanted to. Not 4 that it took. They've been negotiated. They've had a deal, and guess what? 4 years they're still not out of the EU. Why? Because they're stalling. But the thing is, what I think, in my opinion, Jesse can say I'm wrong. I think Deutsche Bank was actually the card that turned it over. Now, in my opinion, the Queen and Boris Johnson actually go ahead for a no deal Brexit. And basically, since in my opinion, Jesse can say I'm wrong. Basically, Parliament wasn't having it because they know that the shock is going to take the economy through to actually go through a Brexit and be detached from the EU. It's going to be rough. Okay, and basically the Parliament doesn't want to do it. But basically, the reason that Boris Johnson went to the Queen, you're going to have to suspend Parliament because they're not going to go through it. We need out. What did the Queen do? She went for it.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead. Please do.
Yeah, the other thing as well with Brexit, what a lot of people don't realize is if a no deal Brexit happens, there's going to be a whole bunch of riots happening in London. There's going to be serious civil unrest there. So really, like with the Brexit situation, like Boris Johnson and whatnot needs to basically tread carefully because you're pretty much spot on. Like they were stalling because they thought the EU was going to collapse, and the collapse didn't happen because Brexit was actually meant to happen when the first bid was put in place, I can't remember when. There was actually a Brexit countdown, right? There was actually clocks put all around London, actually counting down Brexit. We were actually meant to be out of the EU in March. I don't know which year of March, but March was the year that we were actually meant to be out of the EU. But what kept happening is they basically kept stalling it, and basically this is why we are where we are right now in England. So that's really what's going on with Brexit. Like this should have happened like March, like a long time ago, but they're just going at it. That's why David Cameron basically exited and left and basically gave the job to Theresa May.
You know what I want to say something, Jesse?
Go
Every
on.
time I talk to a Brit and I say England, they jump on me. And you said England continuously. Every time I say England instead of the UK or Britain, they jump all over me. No, it's not England, it's the UK or
So
it's Great Britain. But you said England like 5 times. I thought that's funny.
Yeah, I call it England, man.
Yeah, I thought that's just hilarious.
I have a question. I'm not too familiar on the EU and the Brexit, but basically, to make a long story short, their dollar and their currency is collapsing. Am I right?
Oh, it's not collapsing. Actually I looked at it, it's fairly stable. It's not collapsing because they're still attached to the EU. Nobody knows what's going to happen to after they detach because it's unknown.
Okay.
Nobody knows because it's unknown
They got
territory.
$40+ trillion.
Okay, I have a question. I have one question. I have one question. All right. As an African or a black person in the UK, right? Once this thing crumbles, and certain parts of Europe, say Switzerland, has some of the best technology in the world, right? I go into Africa. I'm trying to set up a business or do things like that. Say I've set up some trade or commodity or something like that. Will this, once things start crumbling for Europe or whatnot, maybe I can, start doing trade, or maybe like goods and services like food or even minerals or whatnot, to trade with certain parts of Europe for technology? And will that help stabilize Europe at the same time, where it could be a trust type of trade value or something?
You can, but the thing is, the thing is about trust, right? And has Europe been very kind to Africa as far as trade and technology?
Not necessarily.
So why should they trust them?
Yeah.
Even if
that's for Africans who on the land.
Even if you're black, as a black man coming over from a European country, okay, you're still a black man from a European country.
Yeah.
They still have to build what with you?
Trust.
Okay. And after their history, after their 200 history with the Europeans, Europeans are not very trustworthy, no matter what color they come in. You get a better how can I say? You get a discount because you're black, because of your skin color. But the thing is, that's all you're going to get.
Has a better relationship with the Africans right now.
Huh?
Guess who probably has a better relationship with the Africans right now? And
Who's
only
that?
took them 10 years.
Who's that?
Asians.
Yep.
Not well. They have a financial relationship with the Africans.
Well, that's true.
The Africans don't trust them, man.
Okay.
They don't trust them. But the thing is, they're the only game in town. The thing is, Europeans and should have let the black people start doing this 20 years ago, but they didn't. But now we are where we are right now. So the thing is, you go in and you do the best you can. You go in, find a problem, solve it, and build trust. Black folks should have been building trust, man, like 10, 15 years ago when the first call came out for people to actually go, like Zimbabwe. Okay. Zimbabwe kicked out all its white farmers, right, in 2005. They asked for a lot of black African-American farmers to come over and actually come in and start working the land and take the places of the European farmers. Black folks didn't. Okay.
Well, it wasn't YouTube back then either, where people like us could formulate and start talking about these topics like this.
They made
Here's
the
what it
appeal,
is.
they made the appeal directly. You have two African American farmers associations in the United States, and I know because I talked to them. Okay, and we told them what was up. Okay, and this is 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. We made two appeals. They made appeals not only to the colleges but also to the farming associations. They don't need YouTube.
Well, I'll say this.
Mm-hmm.
There's many blacks in the States that have millions. Some are even billionaires.
Mm-hmm.
But the mindset, just like Amos Wilson says with the psychology,
Mm-hmm.
and Nellie Fuller talks about,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of black people are walking zombies because they don't know themselves. They don't know their history. They have a different mindset.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, it's kind of it's very difficult for our people to think on that mind level.
Where does that come from? Where do you think that comes from? Everybody else knows what I'm asking you. They already know. So I'm asking you, where do you think that comes from?
Well, it comes from white supremacy, of course.
Well, partially, but saying what's the mechanism that is actually generated through?
The mechanism that's generated from it.
How do you get change people's mindsets? How do you do that? How do you do that?
Well, they got to go through some turmoil. Most people don't change until pressure is formulated.
Have you ever heard the saying, give me the boy at 7, I'll give you the man at 20?
No, I haven't. But it's kind of similar, like to when you train up a child the way you want, and when he's older, you depart from it.
It's another one. When they're setting up the Prussian school system in 1812 to actually unify Germany. Give me the man. Give me the boy at 7. I give you the man. In other words, they brainwashed you in the school system. What do you think the dog test was about?
To brainwash black folk.
No, you're already brainwashed. To see the level of brainwashing. To see if you're acceptable to be assimilated. If you had picked the black dog, you probably wouldn't have got into the schools.
Yeah.
Because you're not brainwashed. Socialization is brainwashing.
Yeah.
So basically the reason you have a white mindset is because you've been socialized to have one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically, and this is why it's like you said with these with the farmers in the States and things like that. A lot of our people have been brainwashed, basically.
Okay.
They've been socialized.
So if they've been brainwashed and the Africans know that you've been brainwashed, why are they? Why do they automatically? Why should they automatically trust you?
Why should they automatically what?
Why should they automatically trust you?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll say this: Africa is not for all people of African descent. Okay. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Okay. Especially from my experience being over there.
Okay.
You're coming over and Negroes who don't, haven't deprogrammed themselves from this mental turmoil and socialization process of Eurocentric values and things of that nature, it can backfire in many ways.
Okay.
And we all know this here.
Okay. Did he answer my question, Albert?
No, not really.
Okay.
All right, ask me again. Maybe I got off the topic.
No, you did. I asked you a direct question and answer, but I'm used to that. If black people have been brainwashed to have a white mindset, why should Africans automatically trust you?
Well, they shouldn't, but at the same time, Africans on the continent have been brainwashed as well. Not all of them, but some of them. But it only takes a handful to really move a whole population. All you need is a handful of strong-minded individuals who's very determined and could do some things, and the rest will follow.
It's more complicated than that, but it's way more complicated than that.
Okay.
Because people won't move unless they have what? A reason to move, right?
Yep.
And it's up to you to tap in to their reason to move. Have you ever studied advertising or propaganda?
No, I haven't.
You need to study propaganda.
I know propaganda.
You know, propaganda,
does
propaganda, advertising, the same thing. Can you sell people something they don't want to buy?
Of course.
No, you can't.
No, we can't.
You can brainwash them to do it and make them think that they need something.
The only way you have to attach something that they want to the product. The doorway in is something that people want or desire, even if it's subconsciously.
Just look at the Iraq War.
You have to tap into something that people want or people feel there's a sense of justice. That's how you move people. It's not a strong enough people with a strong enough minds and will. That has nothing to do with it. People have to be ready to actually do it. And then the strong person can actually come forward and actually lead people. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. There have been Martin Luther Kings and Malcolm X as well before they actually came up on board. They came on at the right time, and people are actually ready to move. Just like ADOS. The only reason ADOS is moving, there's been many people that try to drum up support about reparations and whatnot for the last 100 years. How come this is effective? Because people are ready to move.
Right.
And when they're ready to move, that's when you strike fire. And we think that it's a strong person that actually leads the rebellion. Yes, it is. But the thing is, people have to be ready to move. And unless people are ready to move, it's not going to happen. Anyway, it's been 4 hours. And closing thoughts, anybody? Jesse, you want to rinse Jesse? Pimp your channel, or do you have one already? You want to rinse to actually put your link to your channel up?
Yeah, the channel is called the Black People's Code UK, but I'm gonna change it back to the Center of Truth.
Okay,
anyway.
okay, you're gonna type it in so they can actually link to you.
I'll do that.
Okay.
One more question. I know you probably answered this many times, but after this conversation that we just had, what is the end game?
End game for what?
For Black folk.
For Black folk.
And how we can change this, particularly Black men.
You got to
and how we can make things.
My honest assessment. Okay, unless something really huge happens, and it may happen in the United States, you might get lucky. Something huge might happen. Okay, the United States may break up, so you may get lucky. But apart from you getting lucky, apart from the United States breaking up, you either going to get absorbed or you can move. One of the two. Because the United States policy wants less than 5% African Americans in this country. So either you're going to become a part of the great mulatto horde, or you're going to leave. So if you want to stay authentically Black, other than the small pocket of people that's going to be left, you have to move. So unless something drastic happens, like United States breaks up, you're not going to have an independent country. So if you want an all Black, you want to live in a Black independent country with freedom as a Black person, this is not the place to do it.
Yep.
In my opinion.
Well, I think it's diversity is a good thing to a certain degree. So Europe is doing it. I could tell you from firsthand out here in Switzerland, within the past 2 years.
We have to. Okay, that's the second question. We've talked about that. What's the problem? What's the problem in Europe right now?
They need more people because the population is going down.
Exactly. I actually played a video. They actually maybe it's on my book channel. I actually played a video. Yale actually gave a speech, and the speech was actually back in 2011. Basically, the event he was actually talking about actually went back to 2000. I want to say 2000, 2003, where it actually printed. Europe needs 750 million people, 750 million people, to actually supplement their population because of the demographics. if they want to maintain their structure. They said that back in 2003, people actually lost their fucking minds. But the thing is, if you think about that in a policy they have been on for the last 10 or 15 years, it makes sense. So basically they know what they have to do. They're not producing enough people. Either you're gonna get these people and actually socialize them to be European, or you're gonna get overrun.
Yeah, they're really not, because I see a lot of people out here like in their 40s, mid 40s, not married and have no children.
Okay.
And I'm like, this is crazy.
There's a second thing called Mouse Utopia. Look it up on YouTube. That'll explain a lot. It's a phenomenon amongst urban people, urban human beings, and the effect has been noticed in mice. That's what's happening all over the world. Because
Mouse Utopia.
Mouse Utopia. You can look it up on YouTube.
Mouse
Utopia experiment. It'll give you a starter about what I'm talking about. And they know the effect, they see the effect, and this is the thing that they're following. You basically UK has is in a demographic down cycle, and there's nothing they can do about it, which is probably why UK wants out of the EU. France is talking about making deals with Russia, and basically they started to actually invest in Africa instead of putting weapons in Africa. So all this stuff is coming together, which is why I played the video at the end of White Supremacy. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. Everything adds up. I've added all this stuff over the past 4 years, one by one. I've told you all the components. I've explained it all. The reason that you guys don't absorb it is because you disagree. But now you're looking at it.
Well, no, I absorbed it. Absorbed it. This is one of the reasons why I'm talking about you.
I'm not talking about you in particular.
Okay. Yeah, but blacks in America have to think global.
Everybody else does.
Yeah, we have to think global. Those days are over, in my opinion.
And hopefully you have enough time to think global, because if not, you're stuck.
Yeah.
Because once that investment starts going into the continent, guess who they don't need?
They don't need you.
They don't need you. That's why I'm trying to put a stamp down and try to make an imprint before all that starts to happen.
You better do it now. There's no hesitation. Get on a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Same thing goes for Jesse. Get your big ass on a plane, Jesse.
I've been on many planes. But, what is it? What I was gonna say? Yeah, it won't let me put in my channel in the chat.
Okay. Okay. Just
I put in the private chat on the StreamYard.
Okay. What's your handle? Is it King Dynamite? What's your no, I don't see your just type in it's gonna chat. What's your call name?
It's in a private chat. It should be Jesse McQuilkin.
Okay. Oh, you put it in the private chat. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the private chat.
It's on the StreamYard itself.
I'll paste it. All right. Anything else? Any other last words before we go?
Yes. Those who don't learn from history look stupid and are doomed to repeat it.
Yep. And I'm getting kind of worn out.
You saw what I was doing in the chat room, so that's who that's referred to.
Yeah. I'm getting kind of worn out, man. It's just like, okay, he's like I'm talking to a wall. I'm getting kind of tired of talking to walls.
Yeah, I remember him because he's the dude that couldn't tell you when either World War started. Oh man, I kicked the chair that day in the chat room too. I was like, come on, man. There's just certain stupidity. I can't take it.
Yeah. Now we can't hear you, Meech. We can't hear you.
But I'm done. Go ahead.
We're getting ready to get off anyway, Meech. Just holler at us next time. All right, folks. That's it. I'm gonna bounce. Thanks, Jesse, for jumping in. Answering the UK questions. I need it. Nobody's gonna believe me, but they'll believe you. All right, you guys. Peace.
Take care. Peace.
Peace.